Test 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing English, testing English. And French. Anglais, anglais.
they'll be heard. And if they don't hear him, he can talk more into it. And then just
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll begin the council meeting in just a moment. If members of council could take their seats, on va commencer la réunion dans une minute. Merci. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Bienvenue à la réunion du Conseil le 17 juillet.
Welcome to July 17th Council meeting.
Of the public who are able to please stand for prayer and remain standing for the singing of our national anthem. Almighty God, let us work together to serve all our people. Dieu Tout-Puissant, aide-nous à travailler ensemble afin de bien servir nos citoyens. Colleagues, I'd like to take a moment to offer a moment of silence for the victims of the Lac-Mégantic train derailment and explosion. Je propose une minute de silence et de solidarité pour les gens et les familles.
To show our solidarity for the people of Lac-Mégantic.
Small rural Quebec town went to sleep and woke up broken. The remains of 38 people have been recovered. Several people are still unaccounted for and sadly may never be found. 3 of our own Ottawa firefighters recently volunteered their time, knowledge, and expertise in helping with the town's recovery efforts, and I want to thank them sincerely for their efforts. Au nom du Conseil municipal,
On behalf of City Council and on behalf of all Ottawa residents, I want to offer our deepest condolences to the people who were devastated by this tragedy.
Council, I'd like to express our deepest sympathies and support to the residents and the Town Council of Lac-Mégantic and its people, and ask that we stand for a moment of silence. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. It's now my pleasure to ask Councillor Keith Eglai, who has 2 special guests who are going to sing our national anthem. Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Today I'm very pleased to announce and introduce to you 2 very talented singers, Gabrielle and Victoria Gillen. Not only are they singers, but they're both synchro swimmers for the Ottawa Synchro Club. They were both part of a winning team in 2013, named as Ontario's #1 novice team. When they're not in the pool, they're singing. 11-year-old Gabriel is a student of Knoxdale Public School, and 13-year-old Victoria, a student of Greenbank Middle School. And they've been singing together for 2 years at Face the Music Vocal Studio. Under the wing of Megan Lawrence, the teacher and the owner of Face the Music Vocal Studio, who's also in the audience today with the proud parents, the girls have been able to capitalize on their remarkable talent. Indeed, their impressive duets have recently earned them first-place finishes at Pick the Stars International and the Quebec Ontario Youth Music Festival. Gabrielle and Victoria are extremely excited to be here today. We are even more enthusiastic and honored to have them join us here, especially since school is out and they probably would much rather be sitting by a pool or be at a cottage than in council chambers. So we thank them very much for that. Please welcome Gabrielle and Victoria to sing the national anthem.
Oh, Canada. histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you very much, Gabrielle and Victoria. A beautiful rendition, and thank you, Councillor Eglai, for suggesting these two young people from your ward to come and sing our national anthem. At this point in our program, we have an opportunity to honor an individual in our community with the Mayor's City Builder Award, and I'd like to invite Councillor Jan Harder to come forward, along with Mr. Chris Hughes. If Mr. Hughes would come forward to the center of the horseshoe, we'd welcome him and his family who are here in the audience with us today. Mr. Hughes has an admirably long and diverse history as a volunteer in the Ottawa area, and in particular with groups that help children. Monsieur Hughes est admirable pour avoir été bénévole dans la région.
He's admirable because he has a long and diverse history as a volunteer in the Ottawa area, and particularly with groups that help children.
He's the current president of the board of directors of Christie Lake Kids, a wonderful organization that allows disadvantaged children to go to summer camp each and every year. I know that a number of board members are with us today, and I want to thank them for coming and for the work that they do for disadvantaged children in Ottawa and elsewhere. Mr. Hughes contributed his time to a number of other youth-related organizations in addition to Christie Lake. He's a long-serving board member with the Youth Services Bureau, volunteered at the United Way of Ottawa as a member of the Impact Council for Children and Youth, worked with the YMYWC in a number of capacities, and also volunteered with the Children's Aid Society. Not content to let his philanthropy stop with the youth in our city, Mr. Hughes has also given his time to Ottawa Carleton Immigration Services, the Canadian Cancer Society, and the Royal Ottawa Hospital. It may seem like there are not enough hours in the day to be given to so many different organizations.
It may seem like there are not enough hours in the day to be given to so many organizations.
Mr. Hughes manages to make it work, and his co-workers at every stop rave about his leadership, his dedication to Ottawa's youth, and his commitment to making our city a better place. Mr. Hughes, I want to thank you for all the tremendous work that you do in our community, and hope you can do it for many years to come. I'm glad that some of your friends and family members and fellow board members from Christie Lake Kids are here today as you receive this very well-deserved award. Congratulations, and keep up the great work.
Well, thank you. I'd just like to say a few words. Your Worship, Mayor Watson, fellow colleagues that are here, and friends and family that are here to support me receiving this award. I want to thank the Mayor and members of Council for this award, but I think something that's even more important than receiving this award today is I'd like to thank the City and the Council for their ongoing support to the organizations that I have volunteered with over the last number of years. Organizations like Christie Lake Kids, Youth Services Bureau, and many of the others that I've been involved with couldn't continue to do the work that they do without the resources from the City. Not just financial resources, but the moral support that we get and the ongoing support from the councillors. And I know many of you from being at many of our events over the last number of years, and we certainly appreciate it. But not only do we appreciate it for those of us that have the opportunity to volunteer, but also for the children, the youth, and the families that we serve. When they see members of council and the mayor come out to our events, or whether they be charitable events or just events for recognition of the kids that we work with, they see that as a community that really cares about them, that really supports not only what we do, but supports them trying to make a better life for themselves. And I think that's important, and I also think that that's something that our city should be very proud of, that we have a council, a group of councillors, and a city of bureaucrats that want to do the right thing for our community. So I just want to thank you all for that, and thank you.
Roll call, please, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Conseiller Manette.
Present.
Councillor Blois.
Present.
Councillor Harder. Here. Councillor Wilkinson.
Present.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
Present.
Councillor Caudry.
Present.
Councillor Taylor.
Here.
Councillor Shirelli.
Here.
Councillor Eglai.
Here.
Councillor Deans.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Conseiller Fleury.
Ici.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Holmes.
Here.
Councillor Hobbs.
Here.
Councillor McCrae.
Here.
Councillor Chernyshenko.
Here.
Councillor Hume.
Here.
Conseiller Blais.
Present.
Councillor Thompson.
Present.
Councillor Moffat.
Here.
Conseiller DeRoche. Councillor Hughley.
Here.
Mayor Watson.
Here.
Monsieur le Maire.
Merci.
You have quorum.
Adoption de procès verbeux, confirmation of minutes of the 26th of June, 2013. Carried. Declaration of interest, including those originally rising from prior meetings. Conseiller Fleury.
I, Councillor Fleury, declare a potential deemed pecuniary interest on Planning Committee Report 53, Item 16 on the Council agenda, application to demolish a designated building and application for new construction at 325 Dalhousie Street, a property located in the Byward Market Heritage Conservation District and designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act, as my father is employed by Claridge Homes and Claridge Homes as involvement on the above item.
Are there any other conflicts? Okay. Communications as presented, received. Regrets, no regrets filed to date. Motion to introduce reports. Motion portant présentation de rapport. Councillor Holmes and Blois.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Blois, that Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 33, Finance and Economic Development Committee Reports 33A and 34, Planning Committee Report 52A, and Transportation Committee Reports 28 and 29 be received and considered, and that the rules of procedure be suspended to receive and consider Planning Committee Report 53 because of the urgency of the items contained in the report.
Okay, carried.
Carried.
Committee reports, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report number 33, Stagecoach Road Municipal Drains, Drainage, Municipal de la Rue Stagecoach, carried. Wildlife Strategy, Stratégie de gestion de la faune, hold by who? Councillor Wilkinson. Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2008-250, Zoning Bylaw Amendments and Anomalies. I believe it's Councillor Hume has a motion seconded by Councillor Clark, which is a technical amendment. Councillor Hume, I think before we can do this on the consent agenda. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What this is an addition to the Omnibus Zoning Bylaw Amendments and Anomalies and Minor Corrections to implement an OMB order with respect to a single property where it's going to permit a duplex, which in the future is not going, the general area is not going to allow for a duplex. So we need to correct this area to implement the OMB order on this property.
On the technical amendment presented by Councillor Hume and Clark, carried. On the item number 3 as amended, carried. FEDCO report number 34, Confederation Line project application for approval to expropriate property rights. There's a technical amendment by Councillor Fleury. If you'd like to introduce that now.
Yes, technical amendment for the application for approval to expropriate property rights, whereas the city will only acquire the property rights necessary for the construction and ongoing operation of the Confederation Line, and whereas the city wants to clarify its intent to preserve vehicular access from Queen Street onto the Sun Life Financial Centre, and wording doing so was inadvertently omitted from document 2 attached to this report, and whereas a further correction is required to the motion made at Finance and Economic Development Committee, such that the amending language applies to items 6 and 7, Sun Life Building, and document 2 rather than item 5, World Exchange Plaza. Therefore, be it resolved that recommendation 4 be amended to read: the application for approval to expropriate lands set out by the attached document 2 as amended by recommendation A below, pursuant to Section 4 of the Expropriation Act, that are required to facilitate the construction of the Confederation Line system. A, the document 2, Schedule A, item 6.7, be amended to include the words: an estate right or interest for a limited time in the nature of a temporary easement, which easement shall not be exercised so as to preclude vehicular access from Queen Street onto the Sun Life Financial Centre for a period of 36 months. Commencing June 1st, 2014, in the following lands.
Okay, so this has been drafted by staff, moved by Councillor Fleury, seconded by Councillor Clark. It's a technical amendment on the expropriation for the Confederation Line. Are there any questions or comments on the amendment? Carried. On the report as amended by the Fleury-Clark motion? Carried. Thank you. Lease of land, 45 Ruskin, location de terrain, 45 Rue Ruskin. Carried. Item number 6 will hold, which is the City of Ottawa participation in OLG RFP process. So we'll come back to that. An amendment. Zoning 5901 and 5911 Meadow Glen. I believe we have a number of motions, so we'll come back to that. Councillor Lois. Item number 8, Green Bank Focus Zoning Study 171, 173, and 175 Green Bank Road. Adopté, carried. Item 9, Official Plan Amendment, Central Area Secondary Plan Escarpment Area District Plan, Community Design Plan, Modification au Plan Officiel, carried. Item number 10, Zoning 233 Armstrong and 3 Hamilton Avenue North. Hold on that. We'll come back to that. Item number 11, Colonel Bay Drive Focus Zoning Study, Études de zonage ciblée de la promenade Colonel Bay. Carried. Item number 12, Cardinal Creek Village Concept Plan, Integrated Official Plan Amendment and Environmental Assessment, 1079 to 1422 Old Montreal Road, 1313 to 1325 Grand Chêne Court, and 1190 Regional Road 174. Carried. Item number 13, response to the Ontario Municipal Board interim order on infill bylaw 2012-147 affecting mature residential neighborhoods. We have a motion from Councillor Hume, I believe, Councillor Hume, and Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What it does is, we've requested extension of time at the Ontario Municipal Board with which to create our detailed bylaw to submit to them. Should they not allow us that extra time, which we believe they might, we would need to be able to submit to them a bylaw that would meet their time provisions in the event that they don't give us extra time. So what the legal department is seeking is a delegation that would allow them to submit a zoning language if it had the concurrence of the mayor, the chair of Plan Committee, the vice chair of Plan Committee, and the affected ward councillors. So what they're doing is creating a delegation of authority, Mr. Mayor, such that to be executed if the Ontario Municipal Board does not give us the time that we have requested. And that's because we can't get back to council in the intervening time to seek a council approval.
It's not another council meeting. So this is wards 12, 13, 14, 15, and 17.
That's correct.
So on the motion is presented by Councillors Hume and Harder. Carried. On the OMB item, okay, so we've approved the motion, and we'll hold the main motion, item 13, and we'll come back to that. Okay, item number 14 is cash in lieu of parking, examen de règlement financier des exigences de stationnement. Carried. Item number 15, motion, Briere Continuing Care Private Access from Orleans Boulevard. Carried. Councillor Monette, you're, I know, fully in support of that. Thank you for your work. Item number 16, Councillor Fleury has removed himself as he has a conflict of interest. Application to demolish a designated building and application for new constructing at 325 Dalhousie Street, a property located in the Byward Market Heritage Conservation District and designated under Part 5 on the Ontario Heritage Act. Carried.
Dissent, Mr. Mayor.
Dissent by Councillor Monette. Item number 17, zoning, part of 5431 Fernbank Road, zonage partie de 5431 Chemin Fernbank. Carried. Item number 18, sewer expenditures for the Signature Ridge Pump Station, dépenses en matière d'égout pour la station de pompage Signature Ridge. Carried. Item number 19, need for heritage maintenance by NCC, besoin de maintien du patrimoine par le CCN. Yes? It's a quick question. Go ahead now. Ms. Shepherds.
Mr. Mayor, I just noticed that this morning the NCC sent us all a letter regarding the status of this building and what their relationship is with the private developer, and that seems to run somewhat counter to what I think our position is, or our understanding is. And I wonder if, Ms. Shepherds, if you've had a chance to.
She wouldn't know that, but I have to say I read it.
Well, we just received the
I
letter.
read it. But this is larger than just this one application, Mr. Mayor. It came forward because of the opportunity that the Vice Chair Podolsky saw. It came forward because of the issue of this particular address, but it's a more fulsome direction that, you know, as recently you and the Chair of Planning have gone after derelict landlords, it falls into the same category, and this came forward from our Vice Chair, Barry Podolsky.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms. Shepherds. Thank you, Ms. Shepherds.
You're welcome. So I've read that.
I still don't understand what she's saying.
So we'll ask Ms. Shepherds to respond, please.
I don't think she's read it. I read it.
Yeah, I did too.
Mr. Chair, I did receive a call last night from the NCC requesting information about what this application and this result, which I shared with them last evening. I got an email this morning basically saying that the NCC was not made aware of the Ashcroft Urban Developments, Inc., who is their tenant under a long-term ground lease, and they were not aware that an application had been made, and in their minds, and the discussion I had last night was that they expected, their expectation is that the heritage features would be preserved. So there seems to be a difference in opinion. This motion is very, very general, but it does speak to that, and certainly is contrary to what Mr. Roland Morin sent this morning that Councillor Blois is speaking to.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm looking at the letter, and I guess when we dealt with this, or when we voted for the motion at planning, my understanding certainly was different, and all of a sudden I'm seeing here that the letter to the developer basically is, we request you provide the NCC with a detailed dismantling and reinstatement plan for the NCC's consideration. It talks about some schedules and some regulations, and then it says we reiterate that, and I guess it's Ashcroft, is not permitted to proceed with any dismantling and reinstatement work until the NCC has provided its written approval of the said detailed dismantling and reinstatement plan, and that you obtain the required prior written approvals from the City of Ottawa. So something
I think Councillor will hold this because there's obviously more to this than meets the eye, so we'll come back to item number 19. So thank you for raising that.
And Mr. Mayor, can we ask that Ms. Coots come down here, because she was taking her orders based on approval
we're gonna come
by
back
the
to
NCC of the application.
Yeah, we're going to come back to it. We're not going to deal
But
with it
again,
now.
this letter is not tied into that.
And we can have that discussion at that time. Thank you. Transportation Committee Report number 28, Main Street Renewal Project, Echo Drive to McElwraith Bridge. We're going to hold on that one. Item number 21, Laurier Avenue Segregated Bicycle Lanes Pilot Project. Carried.
I'll dissent, Mr. Mayor.
Dissent by Councillors Hubley and Blais.
And myself, Mr.
And
Mayor.
Monette. Thank you. Item number 22, Land Exchange Agreement for the Leitrim Road Realignment. Carried. Transportation Committee Report number 29, Western LRT Corridor. We have... is it carried? Carried. Well, that was easy. All right, thank you. Congratulations, Councillor Hobbs and Taylor and others. Revised bulk consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove anything from the bulk consent agenda? Councillor Fleury.
The item about the Ogilvy building on Rideau Street, just a quick comment.
Which number is that?
Sorry, it's number O, I think. Yeah, I can comment quickly. It's just usually we have issues with
218 Coltrane Avenue, Coltrane Road. N. It's item N. Let me just get to that. All right, application to reconstruct the former Ogilvy's department store.
It's just a quick comment.
Okay, go ahead.
We often, criticize the objectives sometimes of heritage buildings that are neglected. In this case, the Rideau Center's coming through with their obligations, and it's important to once again acknowledge the efforts of reestablishing that corner facade, an agreement that was established by the previous council.
Okay, on the report, carried. Councillor Blois, anything off the consent?
On the consent agenda, item D, the Rural Pathway Shared Use Policy, I don't want to pull it or hold it, but I need acknowledgement from staff. There's some maps being revised that'll indicate that more clearly indicate the restrictions against snowmobiles.
Right.
And they're not attached yet. They haven't been updated, but staff has assured me that will happen. But I want that on the record here, so I don't know who's going to. I have a copy of it. I just need somebody to acknowledge that is in fact happening.
So I think Mr. Moser will speak to that. So I don't know if you want to repeat. Mr. Moser, did you hear the question?
So, Mr. Moser, subsequent to the, because I did let it go from a joint committee for the ease of handling to rural affairs, and I've been told by staff that the map is being revamped. I've seen a draft of that. It will be attached, but it's not there now, and I just need an acknowledgement that revised map will show up and show the restrictions against skidoos.
Your Worship, yes, it will.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else off the bulk consent agenda? That didn't get removed, so it's carried. Nothing on the bulk consent. On the bulk consent agenda as presented. Carried. Disposition of items approved by committees under delegated authority suite à donner des articles ratifiés par les comités en vertu du pouvoir délégué. Adopté. Okay, so we'll head back now to our first item. It's been held. Councillor Wilkinson asked that the wildlife strategy be held. Councillor Wilkinson, please. Questions and debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a few points that I really would hope that I could get direction from staff to follow through on this, because the wildlife strategy as developed is relatively vague in many areas and is sort of more an overview rather than the actual detail. The first one was the point that the public has been saying they really didn't have enough of public meetings in the urban area to handle urban ones, and they're not still quite sure how to deal with it. So I was wondering if staff could say that we could have a public meeting in the fall to, when people are back, to have further comments, not just on what this says, but on how we're going forward towards the implementation, because I think that will resolve many of the questions that they're asking.
Well, I think you're going to have this is a change from the strategy to have yet another. We've gone through consultation, so if we want to move a motion to that, I suppose you can, but I'm not sure if we're prepared to have, we've gone through an extensive consultation process.
But the consultation process, Mr. Mayor, is on what we have in front of us today. In the whole strategy, there's a whole lot of things that are to follow in the future. And what I want to do is to have the meeting on how we go ahead with doing those, the protocols for development. All of these are not in the strategy. They are to be developed. And that's what I'm not talking about what's here now. It's moving forward.
Okay, but you'll need some specific direction and see if there's council support.
Well, I'll ask council and city staff whether they feel that would be worthwhile.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, certainly for the construction protocols that are identified in the report, that as part of implementation of those protocols, we can have a consultation session, likely looking at Q1 2014 in order to put that together to discuss that implementation.
So that was going to be my next question. I'll take it from the mayor said that if I want to do anything more, I have to have a motion, which I would not do today. I'll do that in the future. There's no rush for it. And I will consult further with other, I know that Councillor Chernyshenko is also quite interested in this, and a few others. The other question I have is we have in the report that we need to have a wildlife expert on staff, and for a city of this size, with the amount of wildlife we have, and we've had to do a lot of studies, particularly in my area, but there are other areas of the city as well. I want to have something more direct. When are we going to have that? I mean, say when budget provides, that could be in 50 years. We need it today. I mean, we spent a lot of money on consultants to do some studies because we don't have one on staff. And so I just want to know, when are staff going to be recommending we put that in the budget? Can it be as early as next year or no later than the year after? And if not, why not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, with the identification of that staff position, we certainly recognize within the strategy the importance of moving forward with having some focused attention to that position. Currently, right now, we need to sort through organizationally how that would work. So staff do need time right now to sort through that, and we haven't identified a timeline as of yet as when we would be prepared to come back with that recommendation. That is definitely a priority for staff internally to sort through what that position needs to do, where it should reside, what its responsibilities will be for the corporation.
So could you provide that information that you put into that timeline once you've done it, and when would that roughly be?
Once we have sorted out the timeline and once we plan that position more fully, we could certainly get back to you in terms of a timeline.
Would that likely be by Q1 of 2014 or something? Can we have it? I'd like to have some indication of roughly the time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly 2014 we will have a better assessment of what that position will need to do and where that position resides, and we could report back further in 2014 on that.
I'd just like that, Mr. Mayor, as a direction to staff that in 2014 they report back on how that timeline is going for having a wildlife expert.
Okay, thank you.
Is that okay? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, as long as we're not setting up a whole other process.
No, I don't want to set up a whole other process. I don't think that's going to be helpful. I want to have things actually start working.
Okay, and coordinate that also with my office as well. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Chernyshenko, please.
Yes, thank you. My comments and I suppose questions are quite similar to Councillor Wilkinson's. She and I did meet specifically with some of the people who have been quite critical of this strategy and of the approach. From participating in the ARAC meeting and the debate there, I feel the position we're in right now is not one where I want to vote against this today. It's not one where I even want to dissent today. It's one where I would like us to be able to move forward, but to be able to make mid-course corrections, to be filling in the detail where the detail is missing, to be getting the wildlife officer on staff as soon as possible. And so really what I was looking for in also wanting to hold this is whether we can be giving direction to staff that wherever possible, we continue to consult with, get input from people who have, and we heard them, they came out and offered real expertise, that spent a fair bit of time complaining about the process, but when focused on the actual details, the content, I believe we have a lot to learn from people with strong expertise in this field. So would I be out of place or on target if I were to expect that staff will be continuing to be seeking input from looking to address the issues that have been raised, the content issues to date?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and as discussed at ARAC committee, Councillor, you're correct that certainly we have committed that this is a starting point. As Councillor Thompson had pointed out, this is a first good step, and that we will continue as it being an iterative process. We're always open to feedback, and we'll continue to modify and adjust as we go along, and certainly we'll continue the dialogue open.
Thank you. I believe that's very important to hear, as much as aspects of the process might still be criticized by a number of people. I believe genuinely that we're working through this and to improve it. One thing we heard specifically about was that it's easy to think wildlife is just a rural issue. In fact, in its different forms, we may have fewer coyotes, deer or moose in Capital Ward, the occasional one, but because it is squirrels, skunks, raccoons, and others, that doesn't mean it's not a wildlife issue. And in fact, in terms of population density and issues, we probably have more per capita issues in the central wards. So is that very much your thinking, that we will have to have a particular dense neighborhoods type of approach here, and both education and response to those issues?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. The policy is, the strategy is a citywide strategy, and obviously with the number of woodlots that we do have within the urban area, that we do have wildlife issues that play a part in both rural, suburban, and urban communities. So we certainly feel that the strategy as identified now will address an issue going forward for all areas. And certainly the focus of that strategy is really on that public education component, and I really do believe that that will certainly help to educate our residents in terms of how we can be more preventative and how we can live with wildlife and human interactions.
Thank you. I'm very glad to hear that. As a resident of the city who spent an awful lot of money this spring getting the squirrels out of his roof, rebuilding the roof so that the squirrels would not come back in, without wanting to resort to a drop of poison or a quick shot of something in the night, I'm glad to hear that we'll be looking at those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hubley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to try if I could get some clarity from staff. What I understand we're doing here is already being done by the province. Is that correct? This wildlife management is currently under the Ministry of Environment Control, like if there's a call for a moose, a deer, or whatever?
Through Mr. Mayor, no, the province has actually withdrawn from a lot of its old wildlife management activities. It's still, it is still responsible for managing certain wildlife populations. Deer, for example, is a good one. But in terms of responding to reports of large mammals, for example, on city property or private property, the Ministry of Natural Resources no longer does that. We have implemented our large wild mammal response protocol to deal with large mammals within the urban area. The NCC deals with it on their property, but the ministry has very little involvement now in those issues.
But the ministry has the legislative authority or responsibility for this. So as you just correctly pointed out, this sounds like it's a downloading of responsibility from the province. So what I'm looking for is, you're saying it's going to be 2014 before we can determine if there will be cost to the municipality, if we need to staff a department, because I don't foresee this as being one person you're looking to hire. Will we be looking to once those costs are identified, will we be able to look to the province to recoup those costs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly we would have to take away that question, Councillor, I think, to find out further information on any sort of a strategy on that going forward.
So that can be part of your report in sometime 2014. So this, what we vote on today does not give you a blank check to create a department to look after what is currently a provincial responsibility. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Caudry, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add my congratulations and thank you to staff on a policy that has had many doors to it and affects many parts of the city. I think you, ladies and gentlemen, have done a great job on it, and I do want to congratulate you on that. Having said that, in terms of the policy, I just have one question, and I think, Ms. Snedden, you've already addressed it, that this is, even though it's a policy going forward, it is not, it can be changed in the future if need be, if additions need to be made, or, you know, as Councillor Hubie was just talking about, a staff person, any of those components of this policy can be added or changed. Am I correct in that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct, and just sort of a small little slight nuance. It's a strategy as opposed to a policy, so absolutely there's flexibility there in terms of us evolving and improving as we go along.
Thank you very much, Ms. Snedden. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. On the wildlife strategy as presented, carried. Adopté. Item number 6, City of Ottawa participation in OLG RFP process, participation de la Ville d'Ottawa dans le processus d'appel d'offres du OLG. Councillor Tierney and Taylor have a motion, a replacement motion for referral and deferral. Councillor Tierney, please.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'm going to spare a lot of our colleagues me reading 4 pages of this recommendation. You have it in front of you. It's on the screens. But I will quickly introduce this and say I'm very proud to introduce this motion today. It's very simple, and it's a practical motion. We're trying to reconcile a very complicated, as well as we also have competing goals. Some in the city have come out saying, protect our facility at RCR, and I am one of them. Some of them have come out and said, we want to open competition that would essentially destroy RCR as it stands today. I and members of council have been listening very closely to our residents over the last few weeks. Many of them are saying, can you come up with a compromise that allows the city to protect RCR while providing competition for a new facility. And that's what this motion does. I want to thank members of council who contributed their ideas to help bring this to this point today. In particular, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Shirelli, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Harder, and there's many more. I can keep going on. I've had a lot of feedback from a lot of different councillors here today. I will, of course, be voting to send this item to the special FEDCO meeting where we can continue the dialogue and hear from public delegations. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Tierney. Before we get to speakers on the motion, just follow up from the FEDCO committee, and there were a number of legal issues that were addressed and asked of our city solicitor, and he has both a written opinion as well as, I believe, a verbal comment at this stage. Mr. O'Connor, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I can advise all members of council that staff have undertaken their due diligence with regards to the allegations and comments that were made at the FEDCO meeting last week, and I can advise that upon reviewing the 16-page legal opinion from BLG, I am satisfied that there are no legal impediments to addressing the OLG issue that is before council this morning.
Okay, thank you. So just a roadmap for this particular item. This is both a referral and a deferral motion, and if anyone has any procedural questions, we're not dealing with the substance of the issue because we're referring it back to FEDCO for full public consultation and debate. So if there are procedural questions, otherwise it's debate now. So Councillor Hubie, you're the first on the list.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think something I'd like to offer up that may help in the debate of this motion is under the therefore be it resolved that the Finance Economic Development Committee recommend the City Council approve the following. Under A, I'd like to suggest that we say that the Rideau Carleton to create a separate gaming zone and request for proposal process for the Rideau Carleton Raceway such that the Rideau Carleton Raceway retains its current allocations at a minimum. I'd like to insert that because what I'd like to see happen here, Mr. Mayor, is that we have the open process between all the potential operators of a casino and no restrictions on this from the city's part put on that process, so that if someone wants to come in and propose 1,500 slots at Rideau Carleton, that the OLG will review that and not be limited by what the city says in this motion.
Councillor, that's perfectly in order, but that would be done at the FEDCO committee. So as a member of FEDCO, you can certainly move that at that time. So we're taking the whole Tierney-Taylor motion, moving it for amendment and debate at FEDCO, but that's perfectly in order at that time. So thank you for raising that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Appreciate that. Councillor Aguilar, please, on debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting referral of this matter for a number of reasons. Firstly, it will give the public plenty of opportunity to express their views on what's set out in the motion and to bring some clarity as to where the public wishes us to go in this matter, and also give people an opportunity to come to FEDCO in August to express their opinions. So I think the timelines are really, really positive for that kind of public interaction. I look forward to that. I think it also gives us an opportunity to have a more fulsome discussion around the issues of gaming in Ottawa, the number of zones, location, everything else. So I thank my colleagues for putting this together and bringing this forward. One thing that I would like to mention, however, and I've spoken to the clerk's office, and I will be putting this, I'm putting it on the radar now, but I will be speaking to it more directly when it gets to FEDCO. Currently, the motion speaks to a report to be carried out to deal with the economic and social impacts of a casino or gaming facility at RCR. Now, the current motion that we'll be referring opens up the possibility for a location other than RCR or even possibly two locations. So I'll be bringing that to the attention of FEDCO and bringing a motion at that time to amend so that any reports carried out by Public Health and also by our Economic Development Office takes into account that there could be more than one location and looks at the impacts of whatever choice we are going to make, whether it be RCR, whether it be out in Canada, whether it be at the airport, wherever it happens to be. Because I think that this is something we can't lose in the debate, something we need to be aware of. There are impacts, both financial and social, to gaming facilities, and we need to hear from the people on our staff that deal with those issues as to what the potential impacts will be as per proponent in a location. So I'm just putting that on the radar. I will be bringing a motion to FEDCO, and I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Holmes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I think that some of the problem with expansion of gambling is that we are not taking the addictions problem seriously. Many of the people who are very concerned about increased gambling, it's all about the addiction situation. And we have a significant number of people in this area who are addicted. We have 13,000 people in Ottawa who are addicted to gambling. And we have very little money going into that situation. We only have 740,000, whereas Public Health is estimating we really need about $4 million to do some prevention, to increase the treatment facilities that we have now, the treatment programs that we have now. They're underfunded. Our agencies are struggling. We're not meeting the needs of the people who are in the programs now, and we need to increase these programs if we are going to increase the gambling. So this is a serious matter that needs to be part of the discussion as we go forward to the next FEDCO meeting. And Ottawa Public Health has a meeting before that, and we will be discussing the needs of some of our agencies, and we have Rideau Wood, we have Sandy Hill, Centertown, Amethyst Women's, YMYW, 8 Gambling Anonymous groups. So they're all underfunded, they're all stretching. They're having to shorten their courses, they're having to increase the size of their groups, all trying to deal with this very small amount of money. A tiny percentage, much less than 1% of the net profits going into treatment. So this has got to be part of the discussion so that we can let our partners know and let the citizens of Ottawa know that we realize that this is a silent addiction. People don't want to talk about it. And they don't understand the signs as their addiction deepens until there's a family crisis, they lose all their assets, and the family disintegrates. So we have a lot of work to do in solving the gambling addiction problem, helping with that situation. So, Mr. Mayor, there will be a motion coming forward from the Board of Health regarding how we can better support the social problems that arise from gambling so that we can alleviate much of the concern that we see from the groups that come forward to talk to us, and certainly the comments that I get from the public is that they know, we all know there's a gambling problem, but we're not dealing with it. We're not looking at, here is more funding coming from gambling, and a piece of that has to be put into the addiction situation. So we'll be coming to the next meeting, looking forward to that, Mr. Mayor, as the department talks to all our member agencies and we realize the depth of the resources that we need. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that input from the Health Department. Conseiller Monette, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will also support referral. As I stated at the first time we had a discussion on casino, I had always stated that there was room for 2 locations in the city of Ottawa. I think it is always important to recognize the Rideau Carleton location, and I always will continue to support that location as a satellite casino racetrack. But as far as this motion goes, I think it goes the right way. It designates, like Toronto area has done, to give special status to the casino racetrack, and then allows us to look to have a large casino somewhere else in the city, whether it be Canada, Stittsville, Arnprior, Canada, Stittsville, Ottawa, Orleans, wherever it may be. That will be through an open competition, and I think that is something that Mr. Melnick had asked for, is give him a chance to present his case, and I think his case will be a very strong case as he moves forward. I'm looking forward to the debate at FEDCO. I think it's something that we're going about it the right way, and I think that it gives everybody a chance to be at the table. But if the Toronto, at a certain point, refuses to give us the special designated status for Rideau Carleton, then we're back to square one, and I think then we have to look back at the original motion that was in place. So I'm hoping that Mr. Melnick, yourself, Mayor, will be able to talk to the province and to convince them that this is an Ottawa type of solution that the residents, I think, would be happy to see in place. As far as gambling addiction, that is a very serious thing. I know OLG has quite a large project to deal with gambling addiction. That was always an issue before we even had one casino in the city of Ottawa. Before Rideau Carleton was even open, there was quite a large amount of people that were concerned about the gambling addiction. But there is proper means in place from the OLG to help the people with the addictions, and to also to prevent them from going into casinos if they do have an addiction. I'm looking forward to the FEDCO meeting, however I think it might be a long one, but looking forward to the debate and discussion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Blois, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm certainly supportive of this rebirth of the Tierney motion that he had, I guess, talked about a month and a half ago that that was superseded. But I'm trying to understand the long and winding road that we're going down here, and I must admit it gets a little more convoluted as we go. But I'm looking at the letter of May 2nd that you received from the former chair, Paul Godfrey, and I appreciate that you had read the relevant portions to us at the FEDCO meeting, because I don't think we were in possession of the letter at the time. We did receive it subsequently. So in light of what was said at that time, and that became the new information that resurrected the whole issue, my understanding is that you have not received any further information from the OLG or the provincial government with respect to allowing any other facilities. Is that correct?
No, just to clarify, the request that I put in writing, I believe, to Mr. Godfrey, that he responded in that letter, was asking for a satellite operation. What we're asking for now with a council resolution, not simply the mayor requesting, is a separate zone that would be carved out for RCR.
Right.
And we have not had a discussion with I certainly haven't had a discussion with the province on that. So my hope is that if this is passed by FEDCO after the FEDCO meeting, that becomes the united voice that we send to the province asking for the separate zone, similar to what Toronto has with Woodbine.
I guess I didn't quite understand the concept of a satellite office, because the way I understood the original motion that we went with, where we tried to protect Rideau Carleton, was allowing two facilities. Somehow that transformed into a satellite office. But I guess what it comes down to is I'm looking at the message the OLG has left across the province, and as I read the Hamilton Spectator, there seems to be one message there. Kingston seems to get another message, and maybe it's in the messages in the ears of the receiver or something, because we all seem to get a different perspective of what the OLG is asking of us. But one thing's very clear: we previously voted to put tables in at the RCR, and that's never been acted upon. So maybe to whoever on staff can answer this, what stops us today from restating that, saying we want to see the tables there now, regardless of anything else that happens, regardless of what the OLG does, what bids come in? We've been very firm on that. We were asked by the OLG to bring a motion forward so that they could bring tables in, and yet nothing's happened because suddenly they've gone down the modernization track. Is there anybody in the room that can answer that?
Well, that motion is still in effect because it was passed by council and sent to the OLG. They indicated to us that it was going to be put on hold because they went through the modernization process. So our official position still stems back to that March 2011 motion that's that we passed and that we sent off to them at that time.
So nothing prevents us from restating that or
No.
reiterating that demand or making that as a friendly amendment to this, because they've certainly left us hanging, and you really get the sense as you follow their trail across the province that they're flying by the seat of their pants. I could use some other expressions.
Yeah. But just to clarify, Councillor, in essence, that's what Section A is indicating. We're repeating the 1,250 slots in the 21
but I guess the point,
in the Tierney motion.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that when we restate it, we should be telling them at this point, do it now, because we don't know how long they're going to drag this on for. This, we've been subject to this, getting jerked around, and then we're reacting to that every time. We have taken a firm position, and I would suggest as a friendly amendment that we say, let's get the tables in there now, regardless of what they do with the rest of their process. So that, I will be asking for a friendly amendment. If not, I will be moving that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just on that, Councillor, as I indicated to Councillor Hubley, who had also a concern about a specific aspect, that's going to be done at FEDCO. This is a referral motion, so if you're happy to entertain that at FEDCO. So Councillor Taylor, the seconder of the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I have to thank Councillor Tierney, and he listed several of our other colleagues who had a hand in crafting this. I have to thank them. Obviously, it's the best solutions are made by teams, so I'm very pleased to be part of that team in crafting this. Colleagues, this is about fairness. So to those of you who want to see the RCR protected, but like me have also had or been uncomfortable with the process to date, then this motion addresses your concerns. It balances the desire to see the Rideau Carleton Raceway and its clientele and economy protected with the desire of folks to see an open citywide process for selecting an appropriate gaming site in an unbiased way. So this motion makes both of these realities possible, and it's a reasonable and responsible way in which to deal with the issue of gaming locations in our community. In conversation and in debate, an issue that began as an opportunity to provide a value add to our city while repatriating Ottawa dollars spent in a Quebec casino somehow devolved into a crisis debate about saving jobs and preventing a raceway from closing its doors. And this ultimately had the effect of pitting two community assets, the RCR and Mr. Melnick and his holdings, against one another. And in a fair and open process, no one is protected, but neither is anybody excluded. So today's motion restores fairness to the debate on potential gaming sites. Now, for those who are concerned about a lack of public consultation, and I heard some of that this morning on the topic of expanding gaming, I would say this. Should the OLG go ahead and grant our desire to award a second zone to Ottawa, then I would be personally in favor of, once we have a proposal before us, having public consultation on the new site, wherever it would be, so residents can properly comment once they're informed. That would be responsible consultation that would be tied to a concrete proposal. If we're rejected by the OLG, then this motion leaves us with essentially the status quo at the Rideau Carleton Raceway, and we don't need consultation on something that has already long been in existence in our community. And I have one final point, and that would be about our relationship with the OLG. At the meeting we held in this room, when the OLG presented to us, I shared that I felt we were negotiating with a gun to our head. And many of you, like me, I know, felt that although the OLG referred to us as partners in their modernization, it sure didn't feel like we were partners or we had any real choices because we weren't being treated as equal players. So if the OLG and the province truly believe that in this level playing field, in this partnership, then they should have no trouble accepting this motion and that Ottawa knows best what for Ottawa. So I want to leave you with this. I believe this motion is a fair and measured compromise that can unite our proponents rather than divide them, that demonstrates we wish to be treated on a level playing field by the province and leaves the door open to proper and informed public consultation. It also protects the RCR, regardless of the response of the province, without penalizing any other potential proponents. In summary, I believe it's the right thing to do, and I'm hopeful for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. And Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to particularly thank your office, and particularly Serge Arpen, for the work that he's put into putting together something that I think is going to be very supportive and helpful to the entire city, and to yourself for the support that you've given to moving in this direction, because I think that is very important. I'm supporting the referral, and I think there will be things that are being raised at that point. There's one little point that I would like to raise, that we should be getting perhaps some information that will be available at that meeting, and perhaps the city staff could consider getting some more of information, because I went to the Horse Racing Industry Transition Panel meeting that they had at the Rideau Carleton Raceway last Thursday. I was invited to go by OLG when I spoke to them about this issue. And there is some funding and various things coming there, and I think that information should be available at the meeting. So I would ask that as this is being referred, that the information on that should be there. And they did very clearly, I spoke to the people on the panel, they are going to have their report to the province by early September. So it's fitting very well into the timing of what we're doing in this one, too, and should be a part of the whole package. I think I've always said that I wanted to make sure we supported the racetrack, and this will do that, but I also want a fair process for others. I think this does it in the way that it's worded, and I hope that others will support this moving forward and doing what we can to make sure we have an open process for anything after that, because if we give everything to one place, then we will not have an open process. So thank you for doing it, and for the and for my colleagues on council, because some of us were extremely critical of the original motion, and because we felt it was not treating people fairly, and I think this is moving in the major direction of making it work for the city, and that's what really matters.
No, I appreciate that, and I too spoke with one of the panel members on last week, so certainly one of the benefits of this motion is it gives us some time to seek further clarification from either our own staff or others. So I appreciate that point of view, Councillor. Councillor Shirelli, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Some people have asked me today, how do we suddenly move from the FEDCO motion to this motion? And first of all, I don't think it was sudden. I remember discussing this virtually same type of approach with Councillor Tierney a couple of weeks ago. I know that as I go to grocery stores, to events, over the past week, I've heard the same sort of reasoning from members of the public out there, and that reasoning was along the lines of, why don't you keep Rideau Carleton as is and throw open competition for Mr. Melnick and whoever else to compete for potential location of a second site. It became sort of a growing observation or suggestion to the point where, on CFRA Lowell Green show, you had listeners and the host suggesting it, right over to CBC, listeners suggesting it. So I remember Ben Franklin telling me one of the important things to do in local government is to listen. And I think that the more you listen to that suggestion, the more it became clear that a motion like this is exactly what has to happen in order to achieve both of our significant goals. Councillor Thompson's Save Rideau Carleton No Matter What goal, and the comfort in an open process that we're seeking for selection of any potential new casino. I also think that the motion is very wise to move debate over the whole thing and public comment to FEDCO meeting in August, where we get to play out the process as envisioned by OLG with all its faults and flaws, but also with its benefits. And there may be improvements coming out of that to this motion as well. But as it stands today, we have a Premier who has replaced the OLG head. The OLG board is brand new, and we have a Premier who has told us, the city should do what it wants on this issue. And we're asking the province to let us do what we want on this issue. So we're asking the province to let us protect Rideau Carleton and let us have a fair and open process for a casino. And I think the province should look at what it's asked us to do, should look at our response to that, and should view very positively a resolution coming out like this. So again, thanks a lot to Councillor Tierney for a lot of consultation and hard work on this. Thanks to Councillor Taylor, and also to you, Mr. Mayor, for the work your office has done on this. And I think this is a product of council listening both to residents, and it's a product of council listening to the Premier, who has said, do something that reflects what your community wants, and hopefully the province will give us that power.
Right. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor DeRush, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting the motion to refer to committee, and part of that reason is that there's not a week that goes by, I think, Mr. Mayor, that I don't get an email or a call or get feedback from my residents about the pressures on our school system that is throughout the city, the pressure on our healthcare system. I have parts of my community where they have no school and they are desperate for one, and the answer back, of course, is funding. I have residents that are going to Winchester for minor medical services because they're concerned about the wait times at the local hospitals here. In Barrhaven, it was the Kempville Hospital that basically set up a satellite operation there and not an Ottawa hospital. And I can tell you, Mr. Mayor, when my twins were born, they spent over a month in the hospital, and you really appreciate the stress and the pressure that our system is under. So this is about repatriating money from the Quebec side and putting it to work here on the priorities for residents. And I certainly would have been open-minded, Mr. Mayor, and I'm pleased that you did seek from the OLG some flexibility in the process, because I do think we have, this is a big city, and I do think we can sustain 2 modest-sized casinos, one at Rideau Carleton and another either at Scotiabank or part of perhaps a new hotel complex that is much needed for our tourism sector. So I'm pleased to see this coming forward, because I've lived through the politics of taking from one community and putting something in another. And I think if we continued on this trend, that's exactly what we would have had. We would have pitted community versus community. We would have had one region of the city against another. I think we were already seeing that flavor coming through in the debate. And again, having sat through that experience over the last 5 years, where something was taken from my community to go in a different direction, it is something that I think creates some very long-lasting scars, and I think this avoids that very community versus community conflict. I think we have to keep in mind that part of OLG's success will be on their online gaming, and I think they've made that clear. We know that the facilities are likely on a downward trend because the online sector is doing so well. So I think our eyes can't be bigger than our stomach. I think we have to recognize that this is not going to be Las Vegas North. I think if the province approves this, we'd be looking at 2 very modest facilities. I do want to speak, Mr. Mayor, to some of the criticism we heard that we're not being business friendly, and I think this has been a council that has put economic development and support for business as a top priority. We've ramped up our economic development work. We've gone after more events. We have another announcement this week that I look forward to hearing. We've supported the Ottawa Senators with the All-Star Game and worked very closely with them to succeed. And we are, of course, ramping up for 2017, where we want to attract as many visitors to the City of Ottawa. And this is not a business decision. If it was a business decision, we would be completely laissez-faire and let the business community decide where this is going to be. This is going to be a community decision involving the community and involving the input from the local representative, which is the City Council. So I'm pleased again to see this come forward. I will be supporting it because it avoids, I think, a very protracted and difficult community versus community conflict. And again, Mr. Mayor, I want to see that revenue coming to the city. I want to see that revenue coming to schools and to our healthcare system here in Ottawa, and I want to be able to go into communities like Finley Creek, and when they ask me when their school's coming, I can say that we're doing what we can to try and get the province some money to respond to some local needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Caudry, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, first of all, this morning, what I want to do is thank you and your staff, especially Mr. Arpan, for listening to the debate at FEDCO and listening to the debate that's happened in the community over the last couple of weeks. And I think the work that has gone in on this motion going forward, I think it's a good way to support the public in terms of what their request was. From day one, the public has said that any location for any casino be open and open to discussion, and I think that's what this motion will do, not only from the City Council perspective or the committee perspective, but also through the public process. As Councillor Taylor mentioned, the fact that the public will now have an opportunity to make any comments that they so desire in terms of the location, or in terms of do we even need another casino or a casino in itself. Having said that, though, Mr. Mayor, in terms of the process, to me was the key in terms of my discussions and debate with some of my residents, that the process is what was set out back in the fall, and it's the process that should be carried forward. And I'm happy to see that this morning, and I will be supporting this motion going forward. I mean, it's not fair for us as City Council or as committee to decide again decide in favor of one asset while sacrificing the process itself. I think with this motion, what it does protect the asset that we already have in terms of Rideau Carleton, if OLG decide not to listen to our recommendation or turn down our recommendation of a second zone. The other part of this debate, Mr. Mayor, or this motion going forward, is I think the OLG has not looked at the entire Ottawa municipality when they, gave us one zone for a gambling facility. I think our zone, in terms of looking at the valley, for example, is a key part of our marketplace, and I think that's something that we should be encouraging the OLG during the discussions with yourself to say, look at the City of Ottawa, not only from the city perspective within its municipal boundaries, but beyond that, because the marketplace does extend out that way. And, once the process is complete, City Council does make the final decision in terms of where the location is, but I think that will be determined in its own merits by the OLG, as well as the proponents that come in front of the OLG, whether it be, Canadian Tire Centre or another location in the City of Ottawa. I'd be happy to support any of those locations, but my preference as a councillor for the ward would obviously be Canadian Tire Centre. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Right, thank you, Councillor. Conseil Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le maire. C'est définitivement un enjeu.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Well, this is an issue that people are talking about. It's a bit strange, really. We're talking about a casino. I'm not in favor of a casino downtown. I've always said that. I don't think it really promotes business development. It doesn't promote mom-and-pop business either. And I think it undermines the specific features of the City of Ottawa. Now, if I look around the table, I think that most of us here are in favor of the current casino in Ottawa South. And I think we're all open to a proposal on this. I'm a bit divided on this. I'm not in favor of a downtown casino. I'm a bit puzzled at the idea of a big casino in Ottawa. I don't see the use for it, and I don't see how it can improve our branding, the city brand. But what is really relevant to me, and what I want to know, if we move forward with this casino, well, it is what it is, right? But let's use the money generated, let's use the additional money, and let's build something that's useful for the city. And let's not just put this extra money in the city's general fund. Let's say it's 6 to 7, 8 million additional dollars. We have to build a good project. We shouldn't just build this project for the project's sake. We have to make sure that it's going to pay dividends. Now, I'm a bit puzzled also well, be it in the south, be it built in the south, in the west, I really don't mind. But I'm not in favor of a casino. As long as it's not downtown, I think we're protecting the business interests of the downtown core. I understand councillors, of course, who are in favor of a casino in their own areas. They've thought about jobs, the economic developments in their particular wards. Of course, I'm aware of that, but we really have to look really at the use of a casino. What does it add to the city? What will we do with the additional money? Now, this is the issue that I want answers to. Now, of course, this is going to be referred to the committee. That's fine. But the basic issue is, do we need a major casino? Is it useful for Ottawa? Is it part of our brand? We're the national capital. And given that, is that enough what we already have, or are we doing something else?
Okay. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I really didn't think I needed a comment, but I keep hearing that we were going to be donating this or directing traffic. We have no ability to dictate to OLG, and they will cooperate or not as they see fit. There's also this notion of casino tourism. Main reason people travel to a city is because of casinos. I don't believe that either. There's comments that we get threatened by Clarence Rockland's in the zone. Sure. We say the population not big enough to support more than one. What you? I thought you wanted to. You're waving at me. Just trying to stop me, I suppose. Anyway, Winnipeg, I believe, has 3. Niagara Falls has 2, and they don't have anywhere near this population. In fact, if you want to talk about numbers, well, then why don't we have 1 at the Chateau Laurier, 1 at the Westin, 1 at the Elgin Hotel, Lord Elgin, probably have another one out by the airport. There's no limit to the casinos, but there is a limit to how much money people have to do this, and that's the key to all of this. I start looking at this, and I must admit that when this all started, I was sort of ambivalent about it all. And it is not something that I see as a net economic addition to the community as a whole. You know, we need some sort of economic analysis. We're not being given the variance because OLG was going to produce only one solution at the end of their process. We would not have known how they came to that decision, whether it was the amount of money they could expect to pull into OLG's coffers, or whether there was other things like the health care costs that they don't subsidize anywhere close to enough, as you heard earlier. But I don't believe there's any new money out there. Yeah, we're talking about repatriation. We'll bring some money back from Quebec. Well, has anybody got any detailed analysis of how much we could expect would come back from Quebec? None. Have we got any idea where this new money would come from? No. Analysis done on Waterloo suggests, and in just referring that into this community, that we would have a net loss to this community of some $183 million if a casino was built here. Well, I don't believe that number either, but I don't have any facts, and that's the problem, is we're not getting the facts. We will not be getting the economic data, just some sort of little cookie that they want to offer us, and that's just not sufficient to, when you start looking at where this is going from. Is the money going to come from the restaurant sector that will no longer, people won't be able to go afford to eat at restaurants? They're too busy doing things in their newfound Toyland or Wonderland or whatever you're going to call it, where you don't have new money. So what you're really doing is dividing the pie up differently. And you're going to take that pie and you're going to say, well, there'll be less going to you, Mr. Bay, there'll be less going to you, Shoppers Drug Mart, there'll be less going to you, Costco, less going to you, Walmart. That's where the money's coming from. There's no additional money all of a sudden being flown into the community because there's a casino here, not in any quantity anyway. So I'm a little concerned that we're losing sight of the fact that all we're doing is shifting pieces around on the checkerboard. And, you know, you get this thing and it says, well, you know, casinos are a good thing. Well, I am not convinced.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chernyshenko, please.
Yes, thank you. And I suppose this is a question, whether it's to staff. Where in all of this has the very important question of the health impacts and the social impacts and our ability as a council to have a much better understanding of the existing literature, costs, and ways of helping to mitigate those, where will we have a chance to actually hear a report and have that kind of discussion?
That's to be on the motion, Councillor, that staff will be given that direction at FEDCO to come back prior to the OLG choosing the operators.
So in choosing today to go ahead with this, we are not in any way restricting a true debate on that very important topic.
Not at all, and that's why it's in the motion with respect to social impact and economic impact.
All right, I guess then
Councillor Holmes has indicated that the Health Board will also be dealing with it and directing a motion, I believe, to FEDCO.
Okay. Well, forgive me for not having caught that, or perhaps I'm pleased to underline that and underline what I consider to be the importance of that. As I believe you all know, I have taken a pretty consistent position in all of this that should there be gambling of any kind, institutionalized gambling where the city takes revenue from it, we have a responsibility to understand that, to not move forward with something that's just going to exacerbate a problem and load that problem onto other people, families, and those who can least bear that cost. So, in a way, the point is moot to me today about where a casino is located and how many of them there are, because the fundamental issue to me was more about that. I don't think that the issue really here in front of us ever was about an open and transparent process. The fact, as I see it with the OLG, it was never really one of the council's options to have a blank slate and to evaluate all of the possible bidders with every detail of their proposal shone to the light of day, however much that might have been a good thing. So I don't believe that by supporting this today we're in any way, I don't think that was ever happening, so I'm comfortable supporting this motion today. And I don't believe we find ourselves in a position where, easy for me to say, perhaps this is Lansdowne 2 all over again. Some have raised that. I don't think they are the same thing. I would not want them to be the same thing. I certainly wouldn't be supporting this today if I thought there were. But there are elements of it, and we need to be very careful that we're not repeating that. Thank you. That's, I believe, as much as I need to say. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Chernichenko. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions first. The first one I think is directed to you, and that's on seeking clarity from the province. Would you be seeking to do that prior to the August 26th meeting so that we would understand when we're discussing it that day the province's intention?
Yes.
Okay, because I think that would be very helpful if you did that. The other part in C of the motion talks about the RCR, Rideau Carleton Raceway, and in that part we would be communicating our support for the retention of the existing slots at Rideau Carleton with the current allocation of 1,250 slots and the approved expansion of the 21 gaming tables. Mr. Mayor, my belief is when Council agreed to that, we agreed to support the OLG's proposition for a 2-year pilot. This would seem to be making that permanent. So could you provide some clarity around that for me?
Yeah, that's my understanding of Councillor Tierney's motion, that it would be permanent. There's not going to be a lot of takers that are going to want to bid on an RFP for simply a 2-year uptake because of the investment that would be required to revitalize the site.
Because it wasn't really what we agreed to back then.
Yeah, and a lot, as you know, has changed because the modernization process
Yes,
came.
Mr. Mayor, I can agree with you on that. A lot has changed. I want to say to the members of the motion that there's a lot in this motion that I agree with. I agree with referral because I don't think that we should be making that decision in a vacuum. I believe we should be making evidence-based decisions. It should include the social impacts, the health impacts, and the economic impacts. And we don't have that. So what I don't agree with is the timing, first off, August 26th. We know we don't have a rush. So why are we doing this in the middle of summer when people are still on vacation? Why aren't we giving the community the real opportunity to have the time to be involved in this? So I think August 26th is too soon for me. And then the other part that I really disagree with is moving forward with asking for 2 gaming sites, because we have not consulted the community. We don't know if the community wants expanded gaming in the City of Ottawa, and I think that this is providing a direction, a predetermination that we're looking for more gaming gaming, more facilities, and I really think that we need to have a proper public consultation and hear from the community before we make that decision. So, Mr. Mayor, I would be happy to vote for this referral in the motion, and I'm just asking you if you would separate out A and B so that I could dissent on that.
A and B on item number 1?
Correct.
Yeah, we're happy to do that.
Okay, because I would like to dissent on that. I don't agree with asking for more gaming sites without consultation. And what about, Mr. Mayor, the August 26th? Is there any particular reason that we have to hurry this process?
Well, I think the fact that we've been dealing with this for 18 months is not exactly hurrying the process. So I support the dates that Councillor Tierney and Taylor have put forward, and I'm prepared to support that.
Okay. Well, we might have here been dealing with it for 18 months, but the community really hasn't gone through a proper consultation yet. And I was happy to hear, we'll hear from the medical officer of health, but I still would then ask if it's coming this quickly on August 26th that we have an economic impact statement. And I'd like to have more information, maybe I'll direct this to Mr. Bashir as he's sitting back there, but on the OLG's gravity model. And the model that they used seems to indicate that this community cannot support 2 locations, and in effect, as I understand the gravity model, they would all fail. And I think before we make any decisions, we need to understand the gravity model. We need to understand the economic impact on our community of going in this direction. And so I would ask, if this is coming back on August 26th, that it include a lot more information about the economic impacts of having 2 gaming sites in Ottawa, and more information about the gravity model. So with that said, Mr. Mayor, I will support the referral and the deferral, and I will be dissenting on A and B, which is the part that leads us to more gaming sites in the City of Ottawa.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Deans. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to begin for the record that at the FEDCO meeting it was indicated by Mr. Melnick that I had not been in contact with his organization. And at that meeting I said that I would, and I had spoken with Mr. Leader at the meeting, and following that I did speak with Mr. Leader yesterday on the phone for a good length of time, and I appreciate his comments and his willingness to work with the city and other proponents in this gaming file. Mr. Mayor, the issue of the casino has been a long and tortuous process. City staff and councillors and you have been working very hard in what I consider professional and dynamic fashion. Yet all this while, the OLG has ignored legislative attempts to assist them in correcting what I consider their ill-fated modernization strategy. Twice we have offered solutions and no response. You, Mr. Mayor, have attempted on many occasions to facilitate dialogue with the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Commission, and this is unacceptable behavior that our political voice is being totally ignored by the OLG. The motion of FEDCO, the FEDCO meeting last week in regard to a casino location in our city was completely justified and acceptable. I suppose in retrospect, Your Worship, we should have passed this motion last October. It's unfortunate that most of the discussion about the RCR centers around horse racing. In fact, this complex now draws approximately 2 million people a year. And just for comparison, that's probably about 100 sellouts at the Canadian Tire Place. It provides work to over 800 local residents, 800 plus, who do not want to relocate from the area. RCR provides fundraising venues to over 50 charities across the city. Oh, by the way, this in 2012, this gaming location sent $70 million to the province, and yet, yes, $70 million after all expenses. And this is not bad for a gaming site that one person referred to as being located out in the sticks. Today I'm accompanied by nearly 70,000 petitions, and I could stand up and throw them up in the air, but the Deputy City Clerk has said, don't do that, Doug, and I will be my back is too sore to lean over to pick them up, but I will be presenting the miss at the FEDCO meeting on August 26th. But I think that is an indication, Mr. Mayor and members of council, just how much the Rideau-Carleton Raceway and the slots mean to residents of the city and outside the city. I just can't recall in my political career and any other politicians having petitions numbering in that amount in support of the location the continued location of the slots at Rideau-Carleton and the racing program and the good work that they do for our city. Tonight, I just want to put in a little plug. I guess, Mr. Mayor, Mary Lynn and I are going to plan to go to dine for $9.99 at Rideau-Carleton and enjoy the classic car show. As she does now, she's watching. While is not what I believe we should be doing, I really would have liked to move the FEDCO motion forward, but I accept the motion that's before us today. The Mayor's Chief of Staff, your Chief of Staff, Mr. Mayor, has been working very hard on this file. Serge has done an incredible amount of work. Alex Lorick representing the RCR, and I guess I have been involved a bit with them in these intense negotiations. And I think, Serge, it was 9:30 last night that I replied to you that I would be agreeable to this motion going forward. I agree that we should give the OLG one more chance to get out of what has become a hell of a mess. If they will not, for the third time, accept these recommendations that we're sending along and asking for their support, I think that we need to send a strong message, clear message, that Rideau-Carleton Raceway will be the home of an Ottawa casino. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson. Here's our last speaker, is Councillor El Shantiri.
Guys, yeah, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I believe my colleagues said almost everything needs to be said. But, Mr. Mayor, I think lesson learned from this should be, after all settled, is what not to do. Because really it is hard to turn a big ship after it's been sailing for a while. The process all along OLG dictated to us and we fell for, and now we're trying to correct it. And I want to wish you well, because really I didn't enjoy the fact we're turning one community against the other, one neighborhood against the other, because really we're not in that business. I think Councillor DeRoche said earlier, this council should be proud of economic development record we have established as a city, if we can forget about this item. But nevertheless, as we all say, it's never too late to do the right thing. And I'm glad we are going that direction. I want to say thank you to Cyril Leader, our president of the Senate Foundation, for their patience and continue working with us and understanding our support, whether to the Ottawa Senator or what the Ottawa Senator Foundation does in our city is well appreciated right across the city. But this was not about the Senate Foundation. It was about a process, was dictated to us, and obviously we were trying to follow that process. So I'm glad we're back to this one, and I'm hoping with your effort, Mr. Mayor, through our provincial government, we can correct this and move on. So again, when I hear some of my colleagues talk about the addiction of gambling, all you have to do is just go online and you see how many sites of gambling. So really that train have left the station. So but I'm also willing to hear from my colleague about the public health and the public health impact on from gambling. I'm willing to hear that, but I don't think we can really fix that problem. But again, about this motion today, I applaud you, I applaud my colleagues who brought this forward and really say faith to the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. To wrap up, Councillor Tierney, please, on your motion.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, This has been about one of the messier processes I've ever seen. And it's no fault of our own. We've had to deal with what we have, and that's a province that's changed the game a couple of times. We could sit here and hold firm to our guns, but it would be the wrong thing to do. People have told us outright that they're concerned about the process. They want to save RCR. There's a whole bundle of items that we're trying to resolve here with this one motion. I think it does it quite well. We really had this discussion. It really started with a few people, and it was during the delegations when they came in at FEDCO. When Mr. Valazar, I asked him one simple question, is, did you send a letter to the province stating we would like to see another casino? And he's kindly replied saying, no, we can't. We're not allowed to. This is democracy in action. We're going to make that request for him. We're looking for those zones. This isn't about another casino. This is about establishing 2 zones so the process can continue at that. And this is a win-win for everybody. This is going to help advance the socioeconomic studies that Councillor Deans brings up and is very important. I think this is a win-win for everybody, and I'm really appreciating the support I'm getting here at the table. I just want to wrap up and say a big thanks to our city staff, the clerk's office. It's got to be difficult getting all these requests, lots of phone calls, working all weekend, Councillor Harder, myself, city staff. And a thanks to my wife and my kids, too. We had to put things on pause on the weekend. Sorry, we're not going to the water park. But not naming any of them. But that being said, there was a lot of effort, but we realized I should have taken the track, right? Anyway, nonetheless, there was a lot of effort put into this to come to something that I'm getting a good sense from the public already. This is the right thing to do. So hopefully today I can depend on your votes. Let's refer this back to FEDCO and continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tierney. Merci beaucoup, Councillor Tierney. I'd like to offer a few closing comments on this issue. This really is a continuation of our local debate to decide what is best for the City of Ottawa and to find what I'm considering a made-in-Ottawa solution. I believe Councillor Monette used those same words. We're trying to find a made-in-Ottawa solution for a gaming strategy for the City of Ottawa. Je veux remercier les conseillers.
I want to thank the councillors who presented this motion today, Councillor Tierney and Taylor, as well as a contribution of Councillor Thompson and others who tried to find a solution that included the Rideau Carleton Raceway.
This motion forward. From the outset, Councillor Thompson and others have worked very hard to ensure a continued role for the Rideau Carleton Raceway, which has been a provincial LLG slots operation since the year 2000. Councillors Tierney and Taylor have worked closely to help develop a motion that I believe addresses the concerns heard over the course of the past few weeks. Others, like Councillors Harder, Moffat, Hubley, Wilkinson, Caudry, and Monette, have made important contributions about the need to move our city forward in a united way. Many around the table have put a lot of effort into sharing their views with my office in a very constructive manner to help move this issue forward. There are many opinions about what to do moving forward, and here are a few thoughts on the issue from my perspective. This debate is an opportunity for the city to balance the rural and urban economic development challenges that our community faces.
Today's debate gives us the opportunity to balance the rural and urban approach, especially with regard to economic development. We are looking for a solution that is really made in Ottawa.
On the table is a clear opportunity for Council to strike the right balance. The motion, first and foremost, would ensure that Rideau Carleton Raceway is protected while allowing for a second location within the City of Ottawa. I will be looking to ensure that a second facility drives economic development, tourism, and jobs. The OLG must run a fair and competitive process to choose the best operators for both facilities. And Council and the public will have a final say on where a second facility is to be located. We have made that perfectly clear in all of our exchanges with the province and the OLG. It should also be reiterated that if the successful bidder is not acceptable to the public and the location and City Council, then obviously we're free not to support it. When we started this debate, I suggested that any additional revenue generated from expanded gaming in our community should go to the city's highest priorities: economic development, creating jobs, and our infrastructure needs. I continue to believe that the people of Ottawa do want us to invest in these areas. I continue to
believe that the possible income generated by a casino could be directed toward economic development, the creation of jobs, and for our infrastructure.
A couple of comments about the issue of responsible choice, and something that Councillor Holmes, as the chair of our Public Health Board, has raised. I understand that there are people who would like to see a complete prohibition of gambling in our community. I don't see that happening anytime soon. With the proliferation of online gambling, lottery terminals in corner stores, charity bingos, Nevada tickets, 50-50, gambling really is here with us today. So I don't think we can or should turn our back or turn the clock back. There are many people in the community for whom visiting a casino is a form of entertainment that they enjoy, and they do so in a context of responsible adult choice. That would explain the great number of Ontario license plates that we see at the Gatineau Casino each and every day. And yes, there will be problem gamblers, and for that we have one of the most robust provincially funded programs for problem gambling. And there's no question that as part of the discussions we have with public health and the work that our Economic Development Department does on this issue, there may be a requirement for additional funds with additional facilities. Today's motion is about reconciling Council's desire to protect an existing facility, namely Rideau Carleton Raceway, one that is very important to our rural economy and to the south of the city, and allowing for a competitive bidding process in both the existing zone and a new zone that would be created for the rest of Ottawa. I want to comment a bit on this notion, and I appreciate the movers and the seconder dealing with two zones. There's a notion that why should Ottawa, with a population of 900,000, get two zones? And people compare, well, look at Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls' population 2 years ago was 82,000 people, and they have two zones. So this argument that Ottawa is too small from a population point of view is nonsense, because Niagara Falls, population 82,000, we are 10 times the size of Niagara Falls, and they managed to carve out two zones for Niagara Falls. Then we have the situation in Toronto, which is a bigger city from a population point of view, but smaller from a geographic point of view. All of you have seen my map that I had planning department do, where we've superimposed the cities of Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Toronto, Montreal, all within the boundaries of the city of Ottawa. So while we don't have the population of Toronto, which has two zones, we certainly have the geography. So I think that's important to take into account. I support this motion, and I support referring it to FEDCO for debate and public delegations. And let's just put to rest this notion there hasn't been public consultation and we haven't asked the public. We have had more public consultation, I believe, than the City of Toronto, which is always used as the gold standard. We've had committee meetings. Individual members of council have had literally hundreds, or if not thousands, of pieces of correspondence. We will have another public meeting at FEDCO when a location, and if a location is decided. We will have another meeting from a zoning perspective. There is plenty of public conversation going on this particular item. I would like to take an opportunity to thank those members of council who have been very constructive in their approach, and I've mentioned them just a few moments ago. This motion, I believe, is pragmatic. It's a pragmatic compromise to move the issue forward. It's
important to say that it's a city council and the public who will make the final decision. I want to repeat this because it is truly important. City council and the public will be making the final decision.
The men and women around this table, after public consultation, that will have the final say. We've been assured of that by the Premier and by the OLG, that if all three parties, the proponent, the OLG, and the Council of the City of Ottawa, are not satisfied with the proponent, the location, the bidder, then we simply vote no. And that's the end of that. And we go back to our position, which was first staked out in March 2011 with the motion I put forward to ensure the protection of RCR with their table game addition and with their slot machines. So I hope, as Councillor Deans asked me, I hope prior to this item going back to FEDCO to seek the province's position on our proposal to A, protect RCR, and at the same time carry on with an open competitive process. And as I mentioned, if we are not successful with the province on giving us that commitment for the two-zone approach, this motion allows us to revert back to our original RCR proposal that was presented to FEDCO just a week or so ago. So I thank our staff. I want to thank my Chief of Staff, who has worked extremely hard dealing with many members of Council, dealing with many proponents, the OLG, the Government of Ontario. I think it is a good compromise that is fair and reasonable, that respects the rural community's desire and the broader community's desire to ensure that RCR survives, and not just survives but thrives, and that we also have a fair and open process for those other bidders, as I understand 3 to 5 that have been shortlisted on the RFQ process, that if Council approves this direction at FEDCO and Council approves it following the FEDCO meeting, we in essence would then signal to the OLG that we're prepared to move forward. Alors, merci beaucoup à tous les membres.
So thank you to all staff, city staff, my office head of staff, and the members of the public.
Members of the public. We've received a lot of input on this item over the last basically 2 years. We've had a good dialogue. It's not always a uniting topic because people have strong opinions when it comes to gaming. There's no question about that. But we're elected to make these decisions what we believe are in the best interests of the city, and I believe this motion does that nicely. So we have the motion in front of us, and we've asked, Councillor Deans has asked a dissent, Madam Deputy Clerk, on item A and B. Are there any other dissents on any other aspects of the motion? On the motion as presented? Yeas and nays by Councillor McCrae.
Yes. Councillor Hughley? Councillor Blais? Councillor Taylor?
Yes.
Conseiller Fleury?
Oui.
Councillor Elshantiri?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Caudry?
Yes.
Councillor McCrae?
Yes.
Councillor Holmes?
Yes.
Councillor Chernishenko?
Yes.
Councillor Eglai?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Blois?
Oui.
Councillor Darache?
Yes.
Councillor Deans?
Yes.
Councillor Hobbs?
Yes.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli?
Yes.
Councillor Harder?
Yes.
Councillor Moffat?
Yes.
Councillor Clark?
Yes.
Councillor Hume? Yes. Mayor Watson?
Yes.
24 yeas.
Thank you. So I'm recommending that we carry on until 1 o'clock and then take a half-hour break. So item number 7, Planning Committee, Zoning 5901, 5911 Meadow Glen Drive. Councillor Blois has motions. Councillor Harder does as well. So, Councillor Blois, this is your item in your ward. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I won't rehash everything that took place at Planning Committee. We spent a lot of time on this item, and in the end, though, came out with, as they say in the boxing world, no decision. It was actually started out as a split decision, then a draw, and no decision. And so the dilemma before us is that we do have to render a decision, and I just want to make a few comments. So in terms of both the community involvement in this and also the applicant's involvement and what the outcome is. But as a sidebar, I'm looking at what's even on the agenda today, and we're dealing with the OMB infill input where we're talking about the, let's say, older established communities trying to come up with some design and some guidelines that would make infill more palatable. And at the same time, we've gone out and we're doing design and for the suburban communities. Well, somewhere these older established suburban communities are falling in between, falling through the cracks here, and I think this is an outcome of that. This is a direct result of not being able to come up with a solution for an infill property, a property that begs to be infilled, but trying to find the right project that works. So unfortunately, between I think about 6 meetings with the local community, including a pre-consultation with the applicant, and then a number of major meetings, community meetings, some of them with 200 people. And I can tell you, when 200 people show up for a planning meeting, they're not showing up because they're happy. They're showing up because they have concerns. And in the end, there was lots of opposition. In fact, I think at the meeting, there was no one that got up and said, I support this. They support the principle of infill, but they didn't support this particular project. What we did try to do was try to split the property into 2 types of zoning. One was singles on one of the fronting streets, La Chapelle, and the rest of it would have been an R4 zoning. That didn't get through in its entirety at Planning Committee, so we're back here today, and I'm going to be moving, and Councillor Monette is seconding this, a motion that would reject the application before us, that would reject the zoning, and basically it says, be it resolved that the rezoning application for 5901 and 5911 Meadowglen be refused for the following reasons, and this is in consultation with our lawyer. The proposed rezoning is not in character and does not fit well with the surrounding neighborhood, and the density of the proposed development is not appropriate in light of the density of the existing development, and I believe it is on the screen, and it might be missing one word. So, Mr. Mayor, that would be the motion that I would hope that we would vote on first.
On the motion, is the item carried? Okay, well, okay, or we'll wait till, okay. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Harvey. Are you on the list? Yes?
I think I am the list.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I think the mayor was aware of what Councillor Blois and I were doing, but you just slipped into the seat there, so that's why we have the confusion. It was very confusing at Planning Committee, but what wasn't confusing was the fact that a very large number of people in Councillor Blois's community came out from the get-go to speak to this. And so at the committee, as he said, we ended up having no decision from committee. We toyed around with some ideas, but they're not ones that I believe can be sustained. And so, yes, Councillor Blois has moved a motion that says refuse the staff recommendation. My motion is going to say that we support the staff recommendation. And I can also tell you that the very issues that came up from the community, and I did meet with the community, and I did listen to the community, and I know that Councillor Blois has tried everything he can figure out to do, and he just mentioned the fact, in our older suburban communities, and I know for those of you that live inside the Greenbelt, it's really hard for you to consider suburbs to be old, but we do have parts of our communities that are 40, 50, 60. Heart's Desire is 65 years old now, 70 years old, and yet that's in a suburban area. So obviously, when you have properties where the lots were bigger and that sort of thing, an infill project comes along, and just like it is very contentious in your area, Councillor Hobbs or Councillor Chernachenko or any of you within the more traditional area, so is it absolutely in the suburbs. So I'm going to, as I said, move the staff recommendation, but I'm also going to suggest that consideration from Ms. Nedden's group be given to looking at the older part of Councillor Blois's ward, because, you know, I mean, even if you think about Blackburn Hamlet, we're not talking Blackburn Hamlet here, but he's got parts of his ward that are a lot older. And the design that we did what's this, and I forget the specific, the neighborhood, what was it? It's just
Neighborhood connections.
Neighborhood connections, that's right. We've done one, which was in Barrhaven, for the same kind of reason. I think that, heads up to everybody, that the consideration, have a conversation with Councillor Blois on that. So from my perspective, I think that many of the things, in having met with them, that they have raised can be dealt with very well by Councillor Blois at site plan. And so, I appreciate where he's coming from today, but when you look at our official plan and you think about info, that is a big part of that, and the appropriateness or not. That's why I'm asking you to support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Hart, and I believe we still have another motion from Councillor Blois before we go to the rest of our colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's also a motion that staff prepared that has an additional restriction in which needs to be tabled. So I will be tabling that in terms of it doesn't allow for apartments, whatever else. But that only depends. That would only come forward if Councillor Harder's motion were to carry. So, Mr. Chair, what I'm asking here is, in terms of order, I'm asking that the motion that I moved, the rejection motion, that would go first. That would go first. Then I'm asking that if that doesn't carry, there's of course the motion. Councillor Harder would be bringing forward a motion, but I would be bringing forward an amendment at that time before that gets voted on.
I believe, Councillor Blois, if I understand the process here, if you introduce your motion, so colleague can speak about all three of them at the same time, and then we'll vote for them in accordingly. Your first motion first, then Councillor Harder second, and then the other amendment. Sorry. First, and then the second one, yes, your second motion, and then Councillor Harder the last. You have them in that order.
No, I think so the order, and this may get confusing again, the order would be, the first motion is the one that rejects the application outright. The next motion is one that amends the staff report, i.e. that it actually splits the zoning on the site as we had before us at Planning Committee, and the final one would be Councillor Harder's motion as amended with the staff restriction. And I look to our legal counsel to... We're
going to ask Mr. O'Connor or Mr. Mark to explain this process. Mr. O'Connor?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, it is well within your purview to make a ruling with regards to this particular matter. However, I believe that the ward councillor has an agreeable approach with regards to dealing with the refusal first, dealing with, I call the mixed-use motion second, and then Councillor Harder's motion third with regards to this matter.
Councillor Hume?
On a point of order, I don't think that that's quite correct, because what is before us is the split, the La Chapelle split is before us as the main committee recommendation. So you're not amending that at all. So if you were to take it logically, you'd take Councillor Blois's rejection, then you would take Councillor Harder's acceptance of the entire package, and then you would have to go and vote on the La Chapelle piece and a new recommendation that changes the balance of the lands. Is that not
quite?
Because the recommendation is, the La Chapelle piece is before us right now as a committee recommendation. It is not, does not have to be moved. It does not have to be amended. It is on the floor.
Okay. Mr. Mark, would you care to add your comment to that point of order?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The procedure bylaw provides for two possibilities. One is that the motion that is moved last is voted upon first. The second, and then so you vote in reverse order to which they're moved. The second is that they're put in a logical sequence. There is actually no precedence that is given in votes to the recommendation that's from committee. Staff looked at this, and while it's of course subject to your ruling, Mr. Chair, the view of staff is the one, of course, that was given by the city clerk and solicitor, that the logical sequence in the opinion of staff is rejection, the split, and then the staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
If we reject, why do we even need to move the motion?
Councillor Blais.
And just to clarify, the recommendation coming out of committee was that only the La Chapelle piece, which was the compromise that the ward councillor voted against, was for single-family homes on the smaller street, and no recommendation for the balance of the property. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blais. So, Councillor Blois, would you... okay, Councillor Harder.
If he moves that we reject the staff recommendation, why do we even need to move a motion? Because wouldn't the staff recommendation then survive? So why wouldn't it be the natural one that it goes to?
Okay, let's ask Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark.
Yes, Mr. Chair. What Councillor Harder says is essentially correct. If the first motion carries, then the second, the third, and the staff recommendation are redundant. Similarly, if the first motion loses and the second motion carries, then the third motion and staff recommendation are redundant. That is why staff were of the opinion that rejection, the split, the Harder motion are in fact the logical sequence for voting, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mark. So based on that information, we heard from Councillor Blois the first motion. Then, okay.
I just have, because the La Chapelle piece is not a complete piece. So I can see that he's going to move refusal of the staff recommendation. So therefore, what does that leave you with? The staff recommendation. If the staff recommendation is what survives, then if he moves the La Chapelle singles, does that mean that the La Chapelle singles and the staff recommendation with, except for the La Chapelle, is what survives? And you don't have to deal with the part that's missing?
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Chair, the first motion by Councillor Blois, which is on the screen in front of us, is not actually a recommendation. It's not actually a denial of the staff recommendation. It is a complete and outright refusal of the application. So if this motion carries, it's finished, it's over, there's nothing left to deal with, Mr. Chair.
Staff recommendation survives.
No, Mr. Chair, it is that the zoning application be refused. That would be a total refusal of the report, of the staff report that was put before committee. It negates the staff report. It negates recommendation 1A that was carried by committee. It would be an end of the matter.
So I'm going to ask Chair Hume, who started up the argument on this order, to explain to everyone around the table. So if I was confused by it, and I'm part of the motion, I would suggest that that needs to be, or else I can lay it out, from my understanding now. But I would prefer that, because he started the question. If you don't want to do it...
Can we have...
Legal has provided their explanation.
Legal, okay.
It's not clear as mud.
Okay,
it's not as clear as mud.
Okay, Councillor Harder. Okay, Councillor Blois, you can introduce your second motion, and then we have them all been tabled, and then we can vote on them based on a legal opinion. Thank you. Councillor Blois.
So, Mr. Chair, just to be clear, I am fully in agreement with what legal is saying at this point in terms of the order. So the first one is the one that's on the screen. The second one is the one that, and I got to pull it up here again, is the one that's a split in the zoning on that property, where it would be singles on La Chapelle and R4 on the remainder of the property. That's the one that that was partially carried at committee. The final one is the one that Councillor Harder would bring forward, and I'm hoping that we don't have to even vote on that one, that we don't have to vote on the second one, we just vote on the first one. And I think Mr. Mark has perfectly laid out the order in terms of how this would unfold. And I think Councillor Hume, or the Chair of Planning, was quite correct what was coming forward from committee, but there was no decision on the R4 at that time. So I'm quite prepared to go to the vote, and it buys time in terms of the design guidelines for the suburban areas, the infill guidelines, and then we can move on with the OMB. So I would go for the vote on the first motion on the table.
Thank you, Councillor Blois. Now we have the speakers on the list. We have Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, you have question and debate on all three motions, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. I did happen to walk into Planning Committee and listened to some of that debate, so I have some notion as to what we're talking about. But it seems to me that if you had singles along La Chapelle and R4 along the Arterial, that you'd probably get the best of both worlds. And therefore, I will not vote to reject this. I think we ought to tidy it up a little with the amendment and get on with it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Any other question from colleagues before we go to the vote? And based on a legal opinion, we're going to go with motion number 1 from Councillor Blowis. Ayes and nays been asked for motion number 1. And it is on the screen, I believe. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Minette? Councillor
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor Blais?
No.
Councillor Taylor?
No.
Councillor Fleury?
No.
Councillor Elshantiri?
No.
Councillor Thompson? Councillor Caudry?
No.
Councillor McCrae? Councillor Holmes?
No.
Councillor Chernushenko?
No.
Councillor Eglin?
No.
Councillor Tierney? Councillor Blois? Yes. Councillor DeRoche?
No.
Councillor Deans? Councillor Hobbs?
No.
Councillor Wilkinson?
No.
Councillor Shirelli? Councillor Harder? No. Councillor Moffat?
No.
Councillor Clark?
No.
Councillor Hume? No. Mayor Watson? 2 yeas, 16 nays.
This motion failed. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we'll vote on motion number 2.
Yeas and nays?
Ayes and nays as well? Can we put it on? Yes, we will, Councillor. Just give us a second. Now it's on the screen. Madam Clerk, please.
Mr. Chair, I don't think that's it. I think
That is my motion.
it's the one that I sent.
Second motion.
Mr. Mayor, this is indeed the split motion.
Is it?
It is. Because you can see in Clause 2, it says applies to remainder of the property not fronting on Lapel Street. This is a split motion.
Okay, Councillor Hume.
Mr. Mark, where does the committee recommended a zoning for the La Chapelle piece? This motion is for the balance of the lands?
The committee recommendation with respect to the Chapelle piece is in fact the current zoning for that parcel of land. And so this achieves the split by simply rezoning the non-La Chapelle frontage.
Okay. So this motion only deals with the non-La Chapelle frontage?
That's correct. It achieves the split.
Right. Okay. Hold on. So if someone wanted to affect the La Chapelle frontage, they would move a motion to extend this to the La Chapelle frontage, correct? Told you. Warned you that this was going to get complicated, but go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that could be done.
There you go, Councillor Harder. To effect your change, you can amend this motion.
Where the confusion has been.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
So moved.
What we're moving now, Councillor? Yes, that's right. So,
Legal can explain, because that's just exactly what we was, Mr. Acting Mayor, Deputy Mayor.
So, okay, let's go back to beginning. We have 3 motions here. We asked legal. They were all presented, 2 by Councillor Blois, 1 by you, Councillor Harder. We were told to go first, second, and third. And now I'm hearing, Mr. Mark, we need to change this process. So, or you just, hold on, Councillor Harder. Let the legal speak this time, please. So tell us, Mr. Mark, how do you care to amend this motion?
Well, he didn't even understand.
Mr. Chair, it's not the place of staff to care to amend this motion or not. What I understand Councillor Hume is saying is that he would, or Councillor Harder would, seek to amend Clause 2 to extend the R4 zoning to La Chapelle Street as well.
Yeah. So I would be amending his motion.
Just before.
Are you moving amendment, Councillor Harder, to Councillor Blois' motion?
It does the same thing, yes.
Okay. Councillor Blois, you have a point of order? Hold on. Councillor Blois.
Mr. Chair, unfortunately, somehow the microphone keeps superseding here on my left-hand side, even though my button was pressed. And
press your button.
And I'm now getting legal advice on this side. I'm also getting Ms. Shepard's advice on this side. So maybe I can just go back to Mr. Mark. I think Mr. Mark had it correct. And I think what Councillor Hume has done is thrown in like a double negative. And so, Mr. Mark, maybe you can help me here. I do think the motion before us is the correct one. Councillor Hume is correct that coming from Planning Committee is the maintenance of the R1 on La Chapelle. In effect, if to accomplish what Councillor Harder wants to do, you would be voting, she would be voting against this motion, and then if this motion doesn't carry, because this motion is the one that achieves the split that I have put forward at committee. For Councillor Harder to achieve what she wants to do, she would vote against this, and if this motion gets voted down, then she moves the staff report at that point. Is that correct?
Or?
Mr. Chair, that is one way of achieving that end. I understand that Councillor Harder and Councillor Hume wish to proceed with a different way of achieving that end, which is by moving an amendment to recommendation number 2, and as a recommendation number 2, that would be voted upon before the motion itself.
So I guess I'd have to see what Councillor Harder is moving then and what Councillor Hume is moving, because
Are you going to
sorry.
second? Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So, I have a motion.
Okay, Councillor Harder has a motion, but I think
have an amendment.
You have them. Just hold on, Councillor Harder. I think Councillor Egli has a point of order.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My point of order may be preempted by what Councillor Harder is going to do, but my question was going to be this, Mr. Mark. If motion 2 is amended, as Councillor Harder is suggesting, motion 3 comes off the table?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And if amended, as Councillor Harder is suggesting, the effect of a yes vote on Councillor Harder's motion is to reinstate staff's recommendation in full?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have Councillor Harder going to introduce her amendment, second by Councillor Hart.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. It's very simple. That recommendation, it's almost funny I'm saying that. That recommendation number 2 be amended to include the property on La Chapelle Street. Seconded by Councillor Hobbs.
Okay. Thank you. Now, Councillor Harder introduced that amendment. We have a speaker list. We'll start with Councillor Home.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering where the 9-story development is on the La Chapelle Street. I know the councillor loves 9-story developments, and I'm somewhat confused as to where the 9 stories is in this development. Can somebody explain that to me, I wonder? Thank you.
Any other speaker before we go to Councillor Blois? No? Councillor Blois. Okay, Councillor Hume.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm trying to understand how we've followed legal advice to actually skip the middle motion to get to what should be the third motion on the table. And, I mean, if we really want to get convoluted here, I would move an amendment to this that would introduce the split. No, that's where we're going here. And then I'll be asking legal, saying, so now if I bring forward an amendment to this, that basically is the motion that was on the table at Planning Committee. I still think Mr. Mark's advice in the first instance was the right way to go, and then depending on the outcome of that vote, and those who didn't want to see a split on that property would vote against it. It puts me in an awkward position because I'm voting for something that I wouldn't be voting for. But I still think that was the right way. That was the right way to go. So I will be moving an amendment, seconded by Councillor Manette, that basically is the motion that I sent to staff, saying, "Be it resolved that the proposed zoning maintains the R1W zone for the property fronting on La Chapelle, while changing the remnant property in accordance with the report to the R4M exception, with conditions referred to in Document 6." That'll be the amendment then. And we're going around in circles now, and that's why I think Councillor...
Okay, Councillor Brown, you asked the question. Let me ask legal about this. Legal, I still prefer, Mr. Mark, the clean cut. First motion we voted no, and second motion, and I was hoping we got just a vote for that second motion, and then Councillor Harder's third motion will be carried on the day. But now we put that amendment in, so tell us how we get out of this one.
Mr. Chair, it is, of course, up to you to ultimately rule. So I'll answer what I understand to be a question on the motion that Councillor Blouse has recently tried to introduce, and why the motion that is on the screen now takes precedence. Mr. Chair, I would, with respect, offer the view that what Councillor Blouse has just introduced is not in fact a true amendment. It is seeking to reintroduce the original motion, and with the greatest of respect to the councillor, I think you might wish to rule that one out of order. With respect to why this motion takes precedent, this motion is an amendment to the amendment, and as such, it would be voted upon before the Blouse-Manette motion, and you would vote on this amendment to recommendation number 2 first, and then whether or not it carries, you would then vote on the motion as amended or as not amended. And what changed the circumstance, Mr. Chair, is that an amendment to the amendment was introduced, and that's why the order has changed from what staff originally proposed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mark. And now we'll go to Mr. Blais, Councillor Blais.
So I just want to put the question, Mr. Chair. Let's go.
Now we're going for the vote. We're gonna vote on the amendment by Councillor Harder and seconded by Councillor Hart that recommendation 2 be amended to include the property on La Chapelle Street.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I really don't want. What I have done here makes it very easy for everybody to understand. But I think that in consideration of the efforts that my colleague has put on this proposal, that I think that I will withdraw that, so that I'm going to ask everybody to please turn down his second motion and vote for the motion that I had, which was a staff recommendation. Some of my colleagues over here, we feel that we know how hard he and the community worked on this.
So, Councillor Harder, you withdrawn your amendment right now.
That's right.
Okay.
So we're going to vote on his motion, and I'm speaking to that. I'm asking that you vote no.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Harder. And yet that's okay with the seconder to withdraw that amendment, correct, Councillor Harder? Okay, thank you very much. Now, so on the motion number 2, moved by Councillor Blower, second by Councillor Manette, do we have on the screen? So ayes and nays on motion number 2.
Councillor Manette?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor Blais?
Yes.
Councillor Taylor?
No.
Councillor Fleury?
No.
Councillor Alchantiri?
No.
Councillor Thompson?
No.
Councillor Caudry?
No.
Councillor McCrae?
No.
Councillor Holmes?
No.
Councillor Chernyshenko?
No.
Councillor Egli?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Blois?
Yes.
Councillor DeRoche?
No.
Councillor Deans? Councillor Hobbs?
No.
Councillor Wilkinson?
No.
Councillor Shirelli?
No.
Councillor Harder? Councillor Moffat?
No.
Councillor Clark?
No.
Councillor Hume? Mayor Watson? 5 yeas, 17 nays.
So motion number 2 was failed. Now we have motion number 3 in front of us, moved by Councillor Harder, seconded by Councillor Hobbs. Do we need ayes and nays, or we can carry this motion? Ayes and nays? Okay. Ayes and nays been called.
Conseiller Manette?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Conseiller Blais?
Oui.
Councillor Taylor?
Yes.
Conseiller Fleury?
Oui.
Councillor Shantiri?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Caudry?
Yes.
Councillor McCrae?
Yes.
Councillor Holmes?
Yes.
Councillor Chernyshenko?
Yes.
Councillor Eglai?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Blois?
No.
Conseiller DeRoche?
Oui.
Councillor Deans? Councillor Hobbs?
Yes.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli?
Yes.
Councillor Harder? Councillor Moffat?
Yes.
Councillor Clark?
Oui.
Councillor Hume? Mayor Watson? 20 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And on the item itself, is the item carried? Okay. Thank you. Now, are we breaking? So.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Our next. Okay, so thank you, Deputy Mayor. Our next item is item 10, zoning 233 Armstrong Street and 3 Hamilton. There's a motion from Councillor Hobbs. Councillor Hobbs, if you'd like to introduce the motion, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This motion is to, on this particular property at 233 Armstrong Street and 3 Hamilton Street, to recommend approval of a zoning amendment on the properties. I'll just skip down to a few of the important whereases. Whereas an existing use on the properties is seeking to expand within the existing building located on the subject property, and such expansion was to be permitted for zoning purposes through the report, and whereas staff is in support of a rezoning to permit the existing use and not requiring parking for non-residential uses to facilitate the expansion of the existing use, that we're asking that the report be amended to replace the existing recommendation with the following: that Planning Committee recommend Council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 to change the zoning of 233 Armstrong Street and 3 Hamilton Avenue from light industrial subzone 8, exception 104, with a floor space index of 2.0 and a maximum height of 13.5 meters. Basically, this is a brewery in this building today that needs to expand into more of the space that's available there. And so in order to facilitate that process, we're asking for the rules of procedure to be waived to permit this bylaw implementing the recommendations of the report as amended by this motion to be listed on council agenda.
Okay, so we have the motion by Councillor Hobbs and Hume. Councillor Harder, please.
I have some questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah, questions and debate now.
Sure. I'm just wondering, well, I didn't know about the motion, so I'll ask my question on that first. What is the urgency in doing that today and needing the rules waived? And wouldn't there normally be an application to that kind of an expansion? Yeah, she asked that the rules be waived. Yes, she asked that rules of procedure be waived.
Mr. Mayor, if I could help, this matter was, of course, a much broader rezoning application that was considered by Planning Committee at its meeting of June the 25th. And at that meeting, the Planning Committee recommended against that much broader rezoning in totality. And as a result, with the rejection being moved by committee, there was no bylaw that was listed on the agenda for council. This particular aspect, the brewery, was one aspect of that broader rezoning that was before committee on the 25th. And so the motion itself, Clause 1A, doesn't require a waiver. It is simply bringing up one aspect of the matter that was before committee. However, because committee did not recommend any rezoning, staff did not have the authority to list the bylaw on the agenda, and its waiver is only needed for the listing of the bylaw. The substance of the matter is properly before council today.
Well, okay, that's not clear either, but then why should things change today? I do have questions, and I'm still not sure why we would have to deal with that today, that there's any sense of urgency, but why it wouldn't be its own separate. No, you can't. I'm going to go on to my questions. I just had to say that. It was like I was speaking out loud. So my questions are, with regard to the application, the weird thing about this, from my understanding, is that, if you think about the Taggart property, for example, along Preston, and the fact that we had that huge debate about the Muse issue, and the fact that really, even though we were going to, go down a direction that we shouldn't have gone in, we almost went there, it was because of the fact that some of the developers along the route really didn't want to have the Muse on their property. In that case, because it came in before the strategic plan, community design plan in this case, there was a grandfathering almost. They didn't have to make the decision of the Muse. So I'm wondering, this came in, didn't it, a whole year before the community design plan?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The application was received before the community design plan and associated secondary plan, and zoning changes were before committee and council for consideration, and which were ultimately approved.
You see, that's where I'm confused on it, because it's almost like we went one way with the Muse issue and the Taggart issue, and then in this case, they were in ahead. And also, if we were taking the CDP into consideration, which came in a year after the fact, how then would 18 stories be appropriate? Because am I not right in hearing, reading, or whatever, that that this went through the urban review design process, and that the application from what the developer brought in turned out to be very different, working with staff and the urban review design panel. So I'm wondering, that from the time it came in to where it finished, really there was a lot of cooperation from all sides in order to come up with the project as it did.
That's correct. There was a lot of discussion and dialogue that occurred after the application was originally submitted that ended up resulting in the proposal that ultimately was before committee at the end of June with the staff recommendation for the zoning change. So you're correct. Lots of discussion, lots of refinement, lots of modification, and at the end of the day, the final project from staff's perspective fit within the overall policy framework that the application has to be assessed against, and we were quite comfortable recommending approval to committee and council of the application as ultimately presented.
And in fact, during that process, back in the earlier stages, didn't one of the people in the community who consider himself to be a leader, didn't he even say at some point that he could accept that kind of height? Do you remember that?
I don't recall that, Mr. Mayor. That may very well have been. Again, I wasn't intimately involved in the discussions that were had, so I can't specifically say yes or no to that question.
And was staff part of the reasoning to develop a significant piece of parking, which was much needed in the neighborhood and was one of the things that the community was talking about, and I think the councillor as well, and given its proximity to the LRT? Was that not one of the things that was considered a win for the community? And was it not good planning?
Mr. Mayor, on the issue of the additional parking to be made available for public use, you're correct, Councillor. It's an item that was brought forward with our parking operations group to see whether or not there might be some opportunity. In those discussions, it was recognized that, yeah, there potentially has challenges. However, they couldn't get into it because they haven't done the parking study. But all in all, it was definitely agreed that this made some sense and would be a community benefit to increase the supply of public parking in support of the Parkdale market, in support of some of the activity that's happening on Wellington Street, the further intensification. So the applicant felt, notwithstanding that the city wasn't prepared or able to partner, it's an element that he felt was important to provide, and we had no issue with that.
And when you were going through the process, were other subterranean uses considered for this site?
No, we never specifically looked at other subterranean uses. It was really limited more to parking and how that parking might be allocated, and that's when the public parking element came into being.
And you have a lot of experience in this neck of the woods. Do you believe that this proposal, this application, this site should have been included in the, the Wellington West mixed use or Wellington mixed use area, CDP?
I think the decision was made to include it. I think what's interesting is that originally it was not included, then a portion of it was included, then the entire site was included. So I think through the process of the CDP, clearly there was a determination made that it might make some sense to include that. It really is more associated with the mixed use, but there is some relationship to the Parkdale market, and I think it's really in the context of the lands around the Parkdale market that the primary concern was, and hence the 8-story framing around the Parkdale market, which this project does respect.
And so just, I think my last question is, does the zoning allow for this density on this site?
The zoning as approved by council through the CDP process establishes a volume of building, and the volume of building that this project represents is the same volume of building. So the intensity, the square footage is the same as the intensity that's allowed under the council approved zoning established through the CDP.
So if we were, if we were to be, I guess another question is, do we have other applications in the queue right now that would have come in before a community design plan or a neighborhood plan or such, where we may be in a position where staff has been working really, really hard with an applicant, and then the gears shift? Do we have other ones right now? Because I think that when the original application came in, wasn't it more of a chunkier build, and wasn't it through the urban review design panel that it became attractive as opposed to chunky?
Mr. Mayor, the original proposal that came in was asking for a 30-some-odd story building, which the clear message was given that that was not something that was considered appropriate. And then through the various iterations and the modifications, differing locations for tower elements were looked at, and at the end of the day, the location of the tower element and the architectural detailing actually resulted in a project that I think from the review panel process, from a staff perspective, provided for a very appropriate and elegant building, appropriately located in this mixed-use center, and contributing in a very positive way to achieving the various objectives in terms of animation, street activity, architectural presence, and so on. But you're right, there was significant evolution, and at the end of the day, the modifications that were made, a significant improvement over what we originally saw.
Now, and just my final, because you asked me for debate and comment, my final comment would be, Councillor Hobbs has had really a hell of a job in her ward with all of the applications, and she continues to excel at it. And I think that needs to be said. But I also wanted to say, at the same time she has all these projects, Mr. Mayor, so do our staff. And they've done a very good job. And the Urban Review Design Panel has added a whole other level to the work that's coming out, and the difference and the improvements in architecture. And I would not want to see us get locked into something where we go back to saying to somebody, hey, you can do the density, the same density that looks so lovely that you now have worked with staff and come up with, and come back and bring us some big massive block that looks like the Civic Hospital. And so I thought those questions were really important to ask.
Great.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor Hume, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This, and I don't have any questions for staff. I think that for people who have been following this file, it has beat a torturous and difficult path to this table. But first, everyone should understand this: the CDP that identified the height on this site is at the Ontario Municipal Board now. Was taken there by the Hindenburg Community Association. So they're an appellant. They're an actual appellant at the board, getting prepared to fight. So are a number of other parties. So this will be an issue at the Ontario Municipal Board, regardless of what we do. But the important thing and the reason the committee recommendation is before you, is that we saw it in a very highly political environment to try to change the dynamic and to reach a settlement on the height that was before the board. And we took a little bit, and I will take full responsibility for trying to direct that appeal. We met with some of the appellants who, they're at the board now. So knowing that they're at the board and understanding the board process, I engaged Mr. Mark to write an opinion of where he felt from a legal perspective the sweet spot was. And we would hope that by generating that opinion and engaging the appellants that are at the OMB now, that we would be able to find a resolution that would be satisfactory to the appellants, that would be satisfactory to the community, and that we could live with as a city that met our goals. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. So we weren't able to achieve a settlement, and as is their job and obligation, planning staff looked at the file, took all of the relevant policies, applied them to the file, and now are recommending what I think Mr. Mark would argue is probably at the top of the list from, or top of the height profile from a legal perspective. So the question for us was, okay, now that we've got, the first hope to settlement was, or path to settlement, wasn't really a good path. We never got there. We understand the community's desire for a lower profile height. So how do we get there from where we are? And at this point, unfortunately, the only way that we are going to be able to do that is to be able to say no to the application that's before us, and engage between now and the time an Ontario Municipal Board hearing is convened in mediation or some other settlement position that would yield a lower profile in that regard. More in keeping, I think, with what Mr. Mark had recommended. So if that is the desire of council, then you will support the committee recommendation. If you believe that the height is appropriate and the massing is appropriate, as some of the others, as you've heard around this table, you will not support the committee recommendation. You will support the staff recommendation. So just, Mr. Mayor, for you to understand how we got here, because there's been a fair bit of criticism about it, about engaging the community and asking them to be part of a settlement to which they, and I guess we naively thought because they were an appellant, they were at the board, that they would be engaged in that. And, obviously, in developing this was wrong, and that shouldn't have happened. And as a result, we may have had if we'd have taken a different path, we might have had a different result before us, but we don't. So what we need to find a way now is to come back to what I believe is the sweet spot that Mr. Mark identified, which is higher than the CDP zoning, but lower than the planning staff recommended zoning. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to be supporting the Planning Committee recommendation, and I would encourage others to do as well.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hobbs, please, to wrap up.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just as Chair Hume has said, I ask you as well to support the committee recommendation. The committee recommendation is to turn down the staff approval for this property. We heard a little bit earlier about the inclusion in the CDP in this area. This particular property was under a lot of discussion about whether it should be in or not. And in the end, it arrived in the CDP study area. And that gives the community a sense of what should happen in that area. And that's what I'm asking to maintain today, what the community expected by having the CDP and having this area included in the CDP. Study area was a very deliberate move by the city, so I'm asking that you support the committee recommendation to say no. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor Hobbs, seconded by Councillor Hume. On the motion? Carried. On the dissent on the motion by Harder and Monette. And on the main motion, item number 10, zoning 233 Armstrong and 3 Hamilton Avenue North, as amended, carried. Dissent by the same two, and Eglai and Shirelli. Okay. Item number 13, Councillor Blois had asked that we hold this. It's response to the OMB interim order. He's had his issue dealt with. Does anyone else have any other questions on item number 13? Bylaw 2012-147 affecting mature residential neighborhoods. Carried. The next item is number 19, need for heritage maintenance by NCC, besoin de maintien de patrimoine par le CCN. Councillor Harder, I believe, had a question.
Actually, it was Councillor Blois that raised the issue of the letter we received early this morning from Ann Menard from the NCC with regard to comments that they never did say absolutely that it could be demolished. And so we've brought down staff, Mr. Mayor, and this has been deferred for the very reasons of the lack of clarity to September 5th. Built Heritage, and to September 10th Planning Committee. And so we don't have all the information to deal with that. But this item, although it came up during the conversation of Spark Street, the intention from Mr. Podolsky, the Vice Chair of the Built Heritage, was to deal with the fact that just like other property owners, so too does the NCC have a lot of properties. And it's a warning shot off the bow that do not allow your properties to die from neglect to a point where there is no ability to maintain them and where it's absolutely necessary to demolish them. So that's all that says. So we've changed we've taken out the reference specifically to Spark Street and made it the way the true intent was, which was that the issuance of a letter, we do have it can be up on the screen, Mr. Mayor. The issuance of a letter to the National Capital Commission expressing Council's concern for preserving heritage buildings and reminding the NCC, as owners of heritage properties in the city, that it has a responsibility to regularly maintain their vacant buildings and to not practice demolition by neglect.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Blois, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess, Mr. Mayor, the lesson here is, though, I think I agree with the statement on the screen. So we're doing the right thing for the wrong reasons. We picked an address, we picked a location, we shot from the hip or the lip or whatever, and then it turns out we don't have our information correct. It's hard enough maintaining a good relationship with the NCC without stirring something up. It's very clear in the letter they've sent, and this letter wasn't just crafted today. It's I have to scroll up here, but the letter is back from July the 8th, and it's very clear they're talking about dismantling and reinstatement at that address. And yet we're using that address as a reason for jumping on this issue. I guess we should find the right location and then jump on them. So, but I'm just saying, in terms of good relations with the NCC, this is not the way to go about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Est-ce qu'il y a des autres commentaires? No. On the motion as presented? Oh, sorry, Councillor Moffat on this item.
Just one thing on it's not in my mind the letter doesn't necessarily address what committee was saying. The letter says that they weren't giving Ashcroft the permission to tear it down. That's not the point. That's a whole other conversation to have. The point is that the building is now in a state where the front can't be restored. So it's not whether or not the NCC is allowing it to be restored or allowing it to be torn down or anything. It's that it's in a state where it can no longer be preserved. So the point is, how did it get to that state? As the landlord of that, as the owner of that building, the owner has a responsibility to preserve that building, or to make sure that it doesn't get to that state. So it's got to a point where it's going to have to be demolished, and that's not, I guess in committees, it can't be dismantled and restored. I mean, you just go walk down. That's what the original intent was. You can't do that anymore, and Ashcroft has come forward and said that. All I can do is walk down Sparks and look at it. I mean, there's not much putting back together you can do there. But the point is that it shouldn't have got to the point that it can't be restored. That's all. That's the letter. I don't feel from the NCC that we received this morning actually speaks to that. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Hey, Councillor Harder, you've already spoken on this item, so I appreciate that. Councillor Clark.
Well, I agree with Councillor Moffat that the issue was that the building was in such shape that it wasn't restorable. And the reason for the motion at Built Heritage Subcommittee was to suggest that the NCC has an absolute responsibility to maintain their various buildings. And the motion in front of you asks that they do that. I think it is not about relationships with the NCC. It's about the NCC responding to us that they, in fact, will maintain their buildings in a state of repair that won't cause them to fall around our ears. A collapse of a building on Spark Street would have been rather interesting, but not helpful. So I'm suggesting that this motion is in order, and it's not a question of waving red flags at the NCC.
Thank you. So on the motion as presented by the Built Heritage Committee, carried. So I'm recommending we take a break till 1:45, and our next item on the agenda is the Main Street Renewal Project, and we have a number of motions and notices of motion. So we'll adjourn till 1:45, and we'll come back and deal with Main Street Renewal Project. Thank you. Merci. Councillor Sharing, would you take a seat beside Councillor Blowis's seat? So if we could get those members of council who are here to take their seats so we can get quorum, we can get underway in just a few moments. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll continue the meeting of Ottawa City Council, the 17th of July, 2013. Transportation Committee Report number 28. Item number 20, Main Street Renewal Project, Echo Drive to McElwraith Bridge, Environmental Assessment Study Recommendations. And this was held, and I believe Councillor Chernyshenko, this is, or did someone else wish to hold it? Councillor Deans, questions and debate, the floor is yours. You're the only one.
No, I was. That's why my mic's on.
All right, does anyone wish to speak on this? If not, we'll take the vote.
My microphone's on, but I'll only speak if I have to.
Councillor Hubley? I don't have Councillor Chernyshenko on.
I pressed the button and then my mic came on because I was the only one on the list. So
would you like to speak first then, Councillor Dean's question? It's questions and debate at the same time.
Well, I had some questions. I will want to do a sum up at the end. So
yeah, well, you've got 5 minutes.
I only get one chance.
So if you want to wait till the end?
I just want to ask a couple of very quick questions, and then if I can come back at the end and use the rest, or that's not going to be in order?
No, the practice, as you know, is all at once. So if you want to wait and put yourself on late, that's fine. Councillor Hubley, questions and debate, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. On this issue before us, I'd like to first commend my colleague, Councillor Chernyshenko, for all his efforts on behalf of his community on this file. I have met with him and understand that he has community buy-in to do this application on the street. My concern has been with, as other councillors have pointed out, we keep hearing and seeing in these reports the idea of a complete street without really knowing what a complete street is. Or is there variations of it and so on. So I think we really need to, on this issue, I'm going to dissent, and what I would like to see happen before we have another application before us that includes the words complete street, that we as a council agree on what exactly a complete street is. As a councillor representing a ward outside the Greenbelt, my citizens worry about taking 4-lane roads and converting them to 2-lane roads, what that means for them trying to get home at night, back to their families, how much time are they going to lose because we want to choke traffic in that manner. I'm supportive of the style of street that we're looking at here when it's used for a 2-lane road or roads within a community. The problem is, from what I understand from staff, is we are looking at doing this on arterials and main streets. And I'm very worried about that because it brings to mind Baseline Road, Greenbank, Caroline, and Eagleson, Hazeldean Road. Those are not streets that we can restrict that kind of traffic on. So at that note, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to commend my colleague and just say on notice that I will dissent on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start with some questions to staff. First off, when I first saw the numbers, we were referring, unless I have this wrong, but I believe we were referring to vehicles per peak
time in a sort of a global sense. And now the latest information I received from the department on the 16th of July speaks about the vehicles per hour. So I just need some clarity on what we're talking about. Is the numbers in the report, are they over the morning peak, the afternoon peak, or are they over peak hours? Because that does change the numbers quite considerably.
Our reports do refer to the vehicle traffic volumes per hour in the peak periods.
So could you just, for members of council, go over the numbers for us?
Yes, gladly, through the mayor. Today, there are portions of Main Street that accommodate approximately 1,200 vehicles per hour, and this is in both directions. This particular corridor has fairly equal flows in both the north and southbound direction. There are some sections of the corridor that have less than 1,200 vehicles per hour. And of course, in the off-peak periods, the corridor is accommodating approximately 600 vehicles per hour. So it is for those 4 hours of the day that the corridor is accommodating up to 1,200 vehicles. The recommended design accommodates approximately 900 vehicles. So the analysis in the environmental assessment has described the scenarios that are forecast to come into play to address the 300 vehicles per hour that is in addition to the capacity of the road. Now, the assessment has concluded that the corridor can in fact handle the current 1,200 vehicles per hour. However, that would introduce delay. So the traffic modeling has suggested a 3-minute delay if all of those 1,200 vehicles moved through the corridor. We do believe that some motorists may change their travel patterns and in various ways. We have forecast that there will be an increase in walking, cycling, and transit use. That some motorists may choose to travel in what we call the shoulders of the peak hour. In other words, the peak hour might be slightly lengthened. And other motorists may choose to take alternative routes as we've identified in the report.
Thank you for that answer. So what you seem to suggest, if I haven't misunderstood you, is that what you looked at is the current status of the road, which carries in peak hours 1,200 cars, vehicles, and the preferred option number 5, would reduce that capacity by 300 vehicles per hour. What you haven't seemed to take into account, and I'd just like to understand this, is you now have no buses in a separate lane or pulling over, or bus bays. You have them in mixed traffic, so you have all the delays of any buses that OC Transpo runs in that corridor backing up all the traffic. You haven't seemed to take into account Ottawa on the move, the taking Herdman Station out of service for the foreseeable number of years, the interchange, Lee's interchange on-ramp being taken out of service, all of the construction that's going to go on. And I'm just wondering if you've modeled that and what impact that's going to have on this corridor.
If I could answer that, Mr. Chair, I would like to say that what we did as a city, we looked at our capital program, and we have a capital coordinating committee that did look overall at, okay, what are the impacts? And as I've said, we have a lot of construction going on, including the LRT project, and there is disruption associated with that. The Capital Coordinating Committee looked at it citywide and decided the timing and looked at each project to say, how can we make sure we time these projects so that we minimize the impact on the community? The timing for this project was run through that Capital Coordinating Committee, which has several departments represented, and which obviously, as you spoke to a number of disruptions, it took into consideration the disruptions that you raised.
Including the buses operating in mixed traffic with only one lane in each direction.
So that's a second issue on Main Street after, in terms of the delays and that, and I'll have Mr. Ron Clark speak to that. I'm answering the question on Herdman being out of service and the Lee's on-ramp being closed and the broader citywide perspective that we took on that issue.
So to add to Ms. Shepherd's comments in regards to the bus bays, we have included that in our analysis, and we have identified that as one of the matters to be addressed in our detailed design phase. And there is an opportunity to make design decisions to put the buses traveling along Main Street into bays in some locations. There are 4 bus stops that are in question in each direction. So these are bus stops between approximately Oblate Drive and Riverdale. So we'll be looking at as part of the detailed design.
Okay, well, option number 5 is showing the buses operating in mixed traffic with one lane in each direction. So what I'm asking you is what impact does that have on the traffic delays?
Yes, so through the Mayor. So our modeling shows that based on the frequency of buses on routes number 5 and 16, that this could add an additional up to 80 seconds of delay.
For each stop?
No, that would be in the total trip time through the corridor. And this is what we'll be looking at during the detailed design phase. Some of those bays could be bus stops, could be put into bays. We've also been discussing the possibility of rationalizing the number of stops in those in that stretch between Oblate Drive and Riverdale.
Well, I don't think you know what OSU Transpo is going to do in the future. They may use that as more of a corridor than they have in the past. So I think you'd have to model all of that, and I think those numbers should have been included. Mr. Mayor, just to speak briefly on this topic, I just want to say that I am supportive of the concept of a complete street. I actually have studied new urbanism concepts, including this one, and I do think in the right place at the right time, a complete street is something that we should be pursuing. And I also think that we have an obligation to we also have an obligation to bring the community along with us. And I don't think if you went out today with a microphone and asked people in my ward or, frankly, anyone else's ward around here, if they knew what a complete street was and what impact it was going to have on them, that they could answer that question, because we haven't done the education. And if you look at the numbers, we haven't made the conversion where a lot more of our modal split is going to cycling or being pedestrians or, frankly, even getting out of their cars. And hopefully when LRT is up and running, that change will occur. But right now it hasn't in any noticeable way, and yet we're removing north-south arterials. And frankly, the South Urban community has the largest tracts of developable land inside the urban boundary. We have very few choices. This road is designated as an arterial road, and we're removing 2 lanes of arterial traffic. And I actually think when this occurs and the public see that, that's when they're going to be engaged, and that's when they're going to be very surprised. So I think, and coming up on the LRT construction years when we have all these Ottawa on the Move projects, I just don't feel that this is the right time to be removing arterial roads. And to Councillor Hubley's point about defining it, I know Councillor Edglass says it's a toolbox, but frankly, we have to define what we mean and where an appropriate arterial road, appropriate complete street is. Frankly, a complete street in some people's minds is a road diet. And is an arterial road the correct place for a road diet, especially north-south arterial roadways that already our South Urban communities are not well represented. So those are the concerns that people in the south end of the city have. And the traffic has to go somewhere. So the question that my constituents ask is, where will it go? And certainly, if we move up the Alta Vista corridor, maybe look at it again as the high occupancy vehicle lanes or transit corridor or anything, but we need more north-south routes. We canceled the LRT project, and we just can't tell people to get on their bicycles. We have to do better. So as much as I support the concept, I think the timing is wrong, and I don't think that this is the right time to move ahead with this project. So I don't want to leave the impression I don't support the concept. I do, but I don't think it's the right place at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Conseiller Monette, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. This project is scheduled to begin next year. Is it still feasible in your views?
Mr. Mayor, it is feasible. The plan was to complete the design and start construction in 2014 and have the project completely wrapped up by 2016, potentially earlier, so that we can make sure we've got the servicing in for the LRT, the hydro servicing that would be done in conjunction with this works.
And what is your ideal construction schedule?
Mr. Mayor, we're currently in the situation as we move forward here, assuming that the environmental assessment is tabled and approved in the 30-day period, to start the preliminary and detailed design work immediately in the August of this year. That would put us in a position to have that design work complete in June of 2014, tender in the month of July 2014, start in August 2014. Majority of the work would be completed by the end of 2015, and in 2016, early on in the first 4 months of the year, we would see the landscaping and all the final asphalt being placed.
Thank you. That's all the questions for now, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Aglai, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask the question about the construction process and scheduling, but I see that Councillor Met has done that, so thank you for that. So I'm just going to speak to the matter. Complete Streets is in fact, as Councillor Dean said, I would say, it's a great, big, flexible toolbox that we can tap into to address individual needs for individual communities, individual streets. And it's not an entirely foreign or unknown concept. In Ottawa on the Move, when we approved the Queen Street program, we set out 6 criteria in there to be looked at when applying a complete street philosophy to a roadway. And we discussed it at that time, we passed it at that time, and we went forward with it. So it's not an inflexible template, but it is a whole pile of different options that we can tap into in particular circumstances. And to Councillor Hubley's point, a complete street in Canada may not look at all like a complete street in Councillor Chernyshenko's ward. It may look something quite different, again, depending on the usage of that street, what the community wants, how much road width we have to play with, all those things. So there are criteria, but at the same time, it's a flexible approach to dealing with roads. And the good thing about that is it's so adaptable that it provides innovation for different communities as to how you want to proceed. And Main Street is really our first big entree as a city into this kind of progressive city design. I believe that Ms. Sheppers and her team have done a great job on this project. I think that they have gone above and beyond in answering all of Councillor's questions over the last number of weeks since this ENAC committee. There's been a great deal of questions posed about safety, about cost, about design, and they have done their utmost to answer all those questions, putting in long hours to do that. And as a quick aside, because WLRT passed as quickly as it did, and I thank everybody for that, I just want to make a quick mention again for Ms. Sheppers and her team in all the hard work that they put in on that as well, and didn't get an opportunity to do that at the time. But to get back to the main point, this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity that the immediate community in Councillor Chernushenko's ward has embraced. And it's been embraced and supported widely throughout the city. At committee, we had any number of delegations come in person to the meeting and speak in favor. We had no one come to the meeting and speak not in favor of this going forward. And we had some community groups, we had some individual residents, and that's not to say everybody in the city agrees, that's not to say every ward agrees, but there is widespread support in the city for the concept of a complete street process. And I think that the staff, again, has responded in a flexible way and said, yes, we're aware that people are concerned about the amount of construction going on currently with the Ottawa on the Move projects. 2014 is going to be a heavy construction year, and I think Ms. Shepherd has indicated, and she can confirm on the mic, that staff is quite prepared to accept direction today to do preparatory work for the Main Street program or project and do the more ripping up the road approach in 2015 to give people more options as to how to get in and around construction. Is that accurate, Ms. Shepherd? You'll take that as direction?
That's correct.
Thank you for that. And so I say, let's move forward. And whether it be by car or bike or transit or foot, it doesn't matter. But let's move forward. This is progressive, this is beneficial, and this is something that there's widespread support for throughout the city. So I encourage all of my colleagues on council to support this first step that we're taking on this process. And I'm confident that it will work. And I think we could see it in other places in the city. And again, it may not look exactly the same, but it will respond to the concerns of that particular community and that particular road. So again, I ask you all to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and thank you for your work on the file. Councillor Holmes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Well, over the last at least dozen years, the number of vehicles coming into the downtown has been reducing over those many years. We're seeing fewer vehicles coming into the downtown than we did. And when we built the transitway, that was a major change in the way people access the downtown. So the growth of our population has really, the growth therefore that should have been driving downtown has really been mainly picked up by the transitway. So we see decreased traffic coming into the downtown, and now that we see some large businesses, if DND moves, significant decrease in workers downtown, we will see, therefore, a reduced number of vehicles coming in as commuting vehicles. So, to some degree, the pressure has changed on the downtown. And we will see over time, as we get our light rail system going, that will increase that fewer cars coming downtown as our LRT system becomes robust. Certainly it has improved with the O-Train, which is a small piece of infrastructure, but has benefited people being able to access public transit to move throughout the area. So complete streets is sort of a new name for an old thought, that in fact if we're all paying our taxes into the city, then we should all have access to the streets that we build. So pedestrians should have safe walking areas. Cyclists should have safe cycling areas, as well as vehicles having a safe vehicular access area. And some of you may remember Lyon Street, a big revolution in its day. My goodness, putting speed humps on Lyon Street was unheard of. And emergency vehicles were going to have a terrible time, and there was going to be a complete uproar. And in fact, all the accidents stopped. We had terrific number of right-angle accidents all the way down Lyon Street because they couldn't get through that traffic, and they were trying to zing through it at rush hour time. Once it got slowed down, people can now walk down Lyon Street. They can walk across Lyon Street. That's for seniors shopping. That's for kids going to school. It is a safe street. And now we have a bicycle lane on Lyon Street. Imagine, that was certainly unheard of when this started many years ago. So it has worked. It has slowed people down. It's now safer. It has not decreased much in the way of vehicular traffic. They're just going more slowly. And so the whole area is safer now. So that has been a big success. And you know, our official plan talks about complete streets. It talks about returning our public rights of way to all our residents so that we will encourage more people to walk. We'll encourage all those kids to walk and bike to school. We have programs to do that. The province has programs to do that. How do we actually get that to happen? We happen by having traffic going more slowly, traffic looking around, more trees planted, wider sidewalks, so that the area does not feel like a highway where you can come in at 80, 90 miles an hour. We want the traffic slowed down so that people feel comfortable walking along beside it. And that's what we see here. There's going to be little difference in the numbers of vehicles using the area. We're just going to see a wider sidewalk, slower traffic, more sane transportation system as we bring people in and out of the downtown. So I would hope that we will go to allowing all our residents to access our rights of way. Look at this as a positive so that we can have more children walking to school, so that we can have people getting to St. Paul's University, walking and cycling. So let's look at this and embrace it as a new concept. New York City's gone way ahead of us. Many other cities way ahead of us on this concept of equality, equity of our public transportation systems, so that everybody gets a chance to have a safe transportation method of moving forward. So I would hope that we will, in fact, look at this seriously and vote for it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holmes. Conseiller Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Je dois débuter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must start by supporting what my colleague just said. It summarizes very well the situation.
Around this debate and what a complete street is, and I'd highlight that although it means a lot to different areas, it's also the concept of protecting the various users. If you're a pedestrian, you're allowed to be on the sidewalk, feel comfortable, and be protected. Same thing with the cyclists, and same thing with transit and cars. And I think that sometimes it's taking this initial step is a tough one, but we've done it elsewhere, and we're doing it just like items like the segregated bike lane. Segregated bike lane, people around the table were worried. What's going to happen? What does that mean? And look how successful it's been. We're now talking about the east-west bikeway because people want that corridor of priority. So it is a, we don't necessarily know the full outcome of it, but let's continue in that vein. Let's see what it does, and let's again try to segregate the various users so that we remove the conflict and we make the street interesting. At the same time, we're able to and we attempt to protect the quality of life. Alors, ce qu'on assure maintenant, si on donne la chance.
We just want to give everybody the same opportunity. If you want to be a cyclist, if you want to be a pedestrian or whatever, you have the choice. If you want to drive your car, you have the choice. So it's not a debate between users. It's just that we just want to make sure that we're all protected and safe, and that we protect every user.
Merci, conseiller. Next speaker is Councillor Hume.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Deputy Mayor. This is a really interesting debate and discussion about roads. We took a road from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, major north or east-west Alta Vista Drive in the 90s, and I can remember the same thing. Oh my God, it's going to be chaos. The buses aren't going to be able to stop. And you know what? It's functioned perfectly well for the last 15 years. What is really became the issue was people didn't know what it was going to function like, how it was going to work. And when you tell people that, look at travel Main Street now, and if you travel after 9 o'clock, there's 1 lane's taken up by parking. And if you happen to be in that middle travel lane and you're going downtown, like I was this morning, and someone stopped at Clegg because they want to make a left-hand turn, you stop too. So, you're not going to get much different function of the roadway than you have today. And when you explain that to people, they're, okay, I understand that. But here's what you're going to get. You're going to get better places for people to walk, better places for people to cycle. You're going to get some dedicated turn lanes, and it's almost, you're not going to notice the function change, which I fundamentally believe that's what's going to happen, because we've seen it happen on other roads we've taken in our neighborhood from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. So I really I'm having a hard time getting excited about, this change, to be quite frank. I don't think it's as drastic as going on a road diet or any of those other rhetoric surrounding it. And in fact, maybe this will help turn down the rhetoric on all sides. I'm hoping the Ottawa East Community Association, because of what we're doing here, turns down their rhetoric, which I have heard for decades on the Alta Vista Corridor issue and all of those other things. Maybe they can turn that rhetoric down, and when this road gets completed and people understand, we can turn the rhetoric down on the other side. Because this whole south end, whether it's Main Street, Riverside Drive, the hospital link connection that we're about to launch on this fall, is all going to be about connectivity in that area of town. And if you think that this is going to be the first transportation issue that we're going to be dealing with, this council, I think we're going to see a whole bunch of transportation challenges that are going to revolve around connectivity. How to get people, when Herdman starts to develop as a result of transit-oriented development, when Lee starts to develop as a result of transit-oriented development, when Train starts to develop around transit-oriented development, you're going to need better connectivity. You're going to need a road link. You're going to need a cycling link. You're going to need better pedestrian links, because without those 3, that whole area is going to function. And so if we're trying to provide a template for what we could do with a new crossing across the Rideau River, which I fundamentally believe at some point we're going to need because of that connectivity, I think that if that guides that, all the better, because I think what it can do is turn down the rhetoric. I hope I will stop hearing from the Ottawa East Community Association about the 8,000-lane Alta Vista corridor, which the media is still right about. Oh yeah, it's this. No, that's not what we're building. But I hope that rhetoric gets turned down. And if that's a benefit of what we're doing here, that's going to be great, because that type of rhetoric serves no one, and it doesn't benefit us in advancing connectivity issues. Whether there's a new 2-lane bridge across the Rideau River to serve those new communities that are going to be changed by LRT. And I think that these communities are going to be changed by LRT in ways we don't fundamentally understand, and in ways that our existing transit system never did. Our existing transit system never changed those communities along the transit line, but I think light rail is going to. And if this provides a template, I think it's important for us to follow through and move through with it, because there are going to be resulting changes, Mr. Mayor, over the next 2 terms. And we need to be able to point to something, just like I'm pointing to Alta Vista Drive, to say, look, we took it from 4 to 2, parking, we added a bike lane, and we widened a sidewalk, and it works fine now. We can point to this and say, look, this is the type of thing we're doing, and it works well. So I think, Mr. Mayor,
you wrap up, Councillor.
I know. Just one last thought. As I said, I'm finding it hard to get excited about this, and maybe it'll be fabulous, or maybe it won't. But I think we need to start thinking more about connectivity than we do about some of the other issues that seem to have gravitated to this issue.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hobbs, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't know whether it'll look fabulous or not either, but I know it'll look a lot better than it does today. And I just want to make a comment about the average speeds on Main Street. If the average speed is 70 kilometers an hour, I don't think too many people are being delayed through this corridor. You couldn't go 70 kilometers an hour through any of the business districts in Kitchissippi Ward and most of them throughout the city. That just would be impossible. So I don't see how traffic would be slowed down, and as Chair Hume said as well, there is parking there. This street is sort of modeled after Churchill Avenue in Kitchissippi, which is currently being constructed, and there was not a hint of a problem with making that street a complete street. People understand what they are. We're having segregated and raised cycling lanes and pedestrian lanes, and we are having less parking and not one complaint from the neighborhood about that. And every day I have received emails from people in Kitchissippi saying that they would like this Main Street to be the same, that they also use it for cycling and for getting around, and they would like to see it that way. So I do not believe that people don't understand complete streets in Ottawa, because I don't believe people in Ottawa are any less educated or aware than in other cities in the world that are doing this. And I would just like to point to New York City for an example, Times Square. And Times Square shut down a whole road that went through it. And the thought was this would never work. And in actual fact, traffic flow was improved, accidents went down, and commercial rents in the area doubled. And I don't know if that's something that the businesses along Main Street would like, to have the rents doubled. But the fact is, it improves streets. It makes them available for everybody in the city, not just the people that live there, to experience them in any way that they so choose. And I'm delighted to support this today, and I really hope that, that the rest of my colleagues will as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harder, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I wasn't going to speak, but I think that it's important that we have some kind of balance here, because all of you know, because I copied all of you on many of the questions, and there were like probably 20 questions over the past week, Mr. Mayor, that I've asked. And staff have been good about coming back with responses. In fact, on my 40-minute 55-minute trip in from Barrhaven this morning or something, I spent about 40 minutes talking with Wayne Newell on the phone, and happened to be, you know, on my usual route that Councillor Moffat goes along Colonel By, and you know, being in the queue there. So, like, for those of you who think that, you know, there's not already some kind of a traffic situation, there is. And I think that going back to Councillor Hubley and what he was talking about, for those councillors that are talking about we need to get on board and these are changes that are good and all that kind of stuff, you know what? We're not one-of-a-kind city. We're not. And some of your staff, Ms. Shepherd, tried very hard to shove dropping Greenbank Road, a major arterial, from 4 lanes down to 3. Not only did they try to shove it down my throat once, they came in 4 times to talk to me and say, are you sure you don't want to? We don't even have a clear idea of I know that there's a lot of suppositions about the fact that, well, when people have no choice, they will start riding their bike. Even if some of them do, if you put it in perspective as to the percentage of people that do certain things and use certain modes in our city, it doesn't in any way equate to making decisions that may cause a precedent to be set elsewhere in the city. And in car-dependent communities, which will always be in every person in this room and anybody whose child is at home dependent on car-dependent because of the size of our city, I don't want to see that happening. The other points really that I raised were the fact that we are telling everyone in this city the next 5 years are going to be hell. And guess what? They're going to be really bad in this immediate neighborhood. So why we would do this now, understanding we need to do the sewers, understanding that we should do the road, but doing the whole shebang at the same time. And I know the argument is that we'll save money. Well, you know what? If we had bought the Chapman Mills Forest from Minto in 2001, we would have saved about $10 million. And if we had built the Strandherd Bridge when we had the North-South LRT, we would have saved another, I don't know, $75 million at least. If we had built other roads, etc., when we were supposed to, we would have saved tons of money. But that's not a good argument for me, because I look at the fact that we already have a situation in that immediate area that's going to be very problematic, and likely I would feel different if we had the Alta Vista Parkway in place. But as Councillor Hume said, the very people that we're supposed to say, hallelujah, let's bring it to them today, are the people that fought vehemently ever since amalgamation against that very fact. So for those of you that are going to vote for that today, when we have that conversation about the Alta Vista Parkway, I don't want to hear one word. So any of you out in the audience that are against it, not one word. Because here's the difference between all of us, the Hubley, the Wilkinson, the Manette, Rayner, etc., Blay, all of us folks, okay, everything that we do is driven by the growth that you all hate. Isn't that something? Okay? Our growth is what builds our roads, what builds our rec centers. But every single taxpayer in this city puts their hand into their pocket to take out and pay for all of these complete streets and everything else. And I'm not opposed to them. In this time, I think the timing is wrong, and I think that we're going to see that. And so, anyway, Mr. Mayor, as I said, I really appreciate the time that the staff took to answer so many questions that I had, and I'm sure others had questions as well. And I think that we have to have far more conversation about complete streets. I don't want an assumption ever that complete streets like this kind are going to be in any time in the next decade future in the suburban area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. But just to be fair, I think if you look at the assessment in Councillor Holmes' ward, it's probably substantially higher than any other ward. So this is not a question because we have growth in one area, we're paying for growth in another area. You know, everyone contributes to every part of the city. That's the great thing about being one city now. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Sell their house and make money on them, too.
Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Harder, I think your mic's still on.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to come into this, but I really do have to say I am working on getting an all-complete street in my ward in the outside of the green belt, and I think it will. In certain areas, it works. I think what's been said by others, you have to look at the situation and whether it's the right way to go or not. And it's not something that can be beneficial to a community wherever it's located. I know the area of the Main Street very well. I lived there as a child. I've walked Main Street every day going to and from school. It's changed a lot over the years, but it's also not changed a lot. The houses are the same there now that were there when I was a child. The businesses are mostly the same or in the same locations. And it is, although it was called an arterial, it is a Main Street arterial. And I did say to staff at the meeting that I think we should have a different designation for Main Street arterials because they do operate somewhat differently than an arterial like Eagleson Road, which is a main route. This is, I think, an opportunity we don't want to lose. And I looked also at the bus stop thing. There's this actual sketch in the report that shows on the route that's being suggested that the bus is pulled over to the side. It's not blocking traffic. And so except where you have the 4-lane right-of-way where there doesn't have any more room. So there are a lot of really, really good things about this EA that will be fine-tuned when they're doing the actual design work on it. And I think with the delay until that was asked by Councillor Eagle, this is something we should be going ahead with, and it will become another showcase, just like our Laurier bike lanes have become a showcase for the rest of the country. Thank you.
Good point. Thank you. Councillor Clark, please.
Good luck, Mayor.
Well, when I hear if that had been built or if this had been built, nothing's ever built ahead of time, and the councillor's well aware of that. I think that the reality is that we never do these things till there's absolute pressure. I do not believe that this will do anything but make the Alta Vista Parkway a lot more desirable. I also believe that it's, to some extent, experimental. I mean, we've experimented on 2 years ago on putting in segregated bike lanes on Laurier. The cycling traffic, I don't know, 10 times, something like that. And lo and behold, all the strong opponents with some modifications have now got a permanent facility there. And if we believe that somewhere along the line we want a safe cycling network across this city from point A to point Z, then we have to take the time to recognize we have to do it in pieces. And this is just one more piece, and it's supportable.
Thank you. Before I call on Councillor Chernachenko, are there any other people who wish to speak on this item? Councillor Chernachenko, then.
Well, we were just saying if the words, I wasn't going to say anything on this topic, but was a drinking game, this meeting should come to an end, I think, by now. I was going to speak. All along I was going to speak. I was just waiting. This project is titled Main Street Renewal, the report is. And whether that's by accident or not, I don't know, but nothing could be more appropriate. Renewal, in its literal sense, means that 100-year-old infrastructure has to be replaced. The roadbed, which is in appalling shape, the vibrations that people suffer from because of compaction, all of that needs renewal. But renewal is way bigger than that. Main Street has degraded as a place to live, a place to walk, a place to own a business, and a place to develop because it has become a fast-moving, noisy, scary corridor to be on at any time other than when there's congestion. The rest of the time, it's an overly fast-moving, scary place. This is a chance to renew Main Street in every way. I think Council and City at large have shown that they are getting that. This had the risk of being the old story. Downtown against the suburbs and rural votes, we lose by 19-5, depending on who the mayor is and where the vote is there. But it's not. I do get there are going to be a few people who are voting against or dissenting, and I understand the concerns that they have. But what I find so exciting about this, beyond the physical of what we're going to see happening on the street, is this is about us together looking at a street, a community, and an opportunity to do something that that community wants that didn't get the howls of outrage from all across the city. It did get some concerns and some emails and some calls, but for the most part the response was, that's going to be good for you, it's going to cause some challenges for us, but you know what? When our time comes, we might want some of that somewhere in our neighborhoods too. Not necessarily your model of what is being chosen for Main Street, not on all of the streets in other parts of the city, but everybody is asking for quieter, calmer streets. And when we don't build them by design, we have to go in afterwards and put in speed bumps and stop signs and police enforcement and put up speed boards. When we design it right, we don't need to do those things because that's the way the street functions. So good design makes all the difference, and I believe that's what we have here, with the details still being worked out. What we all want is safe streets. We all want economically viable streets. I just had the conversation in the corridor at lunch here from a developer who is very excited to be coming forward with a proposal on Main Street. And he and partners are doing that because they like what Main Street is going to become. They don't like what it is now. So whether it's the fathers, the sisters, property owners, everyone is going to be benefiting from a street atmosphere that, if I can use these words, is more sellable in that it is a place where people want to be. Those who live there now will enjoy it more. Those tenuous businesses that are there now should get a boost, and a whole lot of others will now see Main Street as a place to go. And finally, in the sense of the actual challenges to driving or moving, what I believe that this design is doing is it's giving more mobility options. It's not saying you have to walk or cycle. It's saying is, all of you who are but are scared doing it, or who aren't because you're too scared to do it, now you can. And if that amounts to 100, 150 people per hour of people who live closer to that street, that frees up space for everybody else so that the 1,200 down to 900 doesn't result in a throttling that causes gridlock. Because if I need to remind everyone, the people who will be most affected by a gridlocked street are actually the people who live closest to Main Street, because they will have no choice. They will be locked in by their own bad design decision. So the fact that the people who live closest decided it was the right thing for them too, they don't want to be unable to take someone to hockey practice on time or the ambulance not to get through. They don't believe that's what they're going to see. They believe, we believe it's going to be something very good. And not that I expect it to be one size fits all for everyone, but I think we'll all be able to learn something from what happens on the renewed Main Street. And I thank you all for your support on this.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Chernachenko, and thank you to all members of Council for their work on this file, in particular the Ward Councillor and the Chair of the Transportation Committee, Councillor Eglai. I'm very much in support of this particular initiative for a number of reasons. I certainly recall when I was a councillor for that area, and I know when I speak to all of my colleagues around the table, consistently the number one complaint we get in neighborhoods is about traffic and speeding traffic. And I stand to be corrected by other members of council, but certainly that was my recollection, and I hear it today on a pretty regular basis as mayor as I'm out and about in the community. So we have an opportunity here, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, because these sewers are needed, we need to replace them, and we've got to get on with it. And we have an opportunity with a willing community and a desire that has been spelled out in the Transportation Master Plan that we do the right thing on this particular stretch of road. Complete Streets is a new concept for us. It's not a new concept in other parts of the world, but it's a new concept for us, and as a result, it's some people have raised concerns. Well, you know, what's going to happen? And we heard all sorts of fear and concerns about the segregated bike lanes when we brought those in. It was going to delay emergency vehicles. It was going to kill businesses. We were going to have more accidents because of the segregated lanes. Fewer people will use Laurier Avenue because, you know, they want an open, wide, non-barriered section. And in fact, the opposite has taken place on all counts. So this is a very progressive thing to do. It's a policy, I think, that is going to go to other communities. We see on Churchill Avenue. How many of you remember, and I know Councillor Hobbs worked hard to get Churchill and Ottawa on the move. Churchill Avenue, quite frankly, was a disgrace. You couldn't tell where the sidewalk ended and the street began. It was all torn up, and it is going to be a complete street for that neighborhood. But it won't be exactly the same as Main Street's complete street. And I think if you look at other community streets in your neighborhood, I think once you see what happens to Main Street and the transformation, there will be a long list of people who will want to see their version of a complete street in their particular neighborhood. So I'm voting in favor of the report. I think it's something that we will look back on very positively, as we are doing now with segregated bike lanes. And we may be the first city in Ontario to have this kind of a complete street. And there's nothing wrong with being a pioneer and a leader to move forward on something that I think is progressive, it's environmentally sensitive and sensible, and I'd urge you to support it. So, Madam Deputy Clerk, I believe there's a call for yeas and nays on item number 20.
Conseiller Manette?
Oui.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Conseiller Blais?
No.
Councillor Taylor?
Yes.
Conseiller Fleury?
Yes.
Councillor El-Shantiri?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Caudry?
Yes.
Councillor McCrae?
Yes.
Councillor Holmes?
Yes.
Councillor Chernachenko?
Yes.
Councillor Eglai?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Blois?
Yes.
Conseiller Darache?
No.
Councillor Deans?
No.
Councillor Hobbs?
Yes.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli?
Yes.
Councillor Harder? No. Councillor Moffat?
No.
Councillor Clark?
Oui.
Councillor Hume? Mayor Watson?
Yes.
18 yeas, 6 nays.
Thank you. Call on Councillor Holmes and Blois. Motion to adopt reports, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Blois. The Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 33, Finance and Economic Development Committee Reports 33A and 34, Planning Committee Reports 52A and 53, and Transportation Committee Reports 28 and 29 be received and adopted as amended.
Carried.
Carried.
Motions requiring suspension of the rules. We have a number. So the first one I have is Councillor Hobbs, seconded by Councillor Taylor, with respect to 47 Yonge Street. First, that the rules of procedure be waived. Carried. Councillor Hobbs, if you'd like to introduce and explain the motion, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This motion is to allow for an existing industrial tenant to continue to encroach on a short dead end. He was forced into a situation with a site plan from the opposite side of the street. So this is just to ensure that this business owner can have an encroachment agreement that at their own expense they will remove if the city needs to use the property for any purpose.
Okay, so any questions on this? And staff are concurring, I believe, Ms. Shepherds. On the motion, carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is a motion by Councillor Blais, seconded by Councillor Thompson, waiver of sections 96.2 and 108B of the permanent signs on private property bylaw, 4537 Navan Road. On suspension of the rules, carried. Councillor Blais on the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't read the clauses, but essentially this will allow a business that has permitted an illuminated sign to have an illuminated message board, which allows for promotion of their offerings to clientele on Navan Road, and is supported by staff.
Okay. So any questions on the motion as presented? Carried. Carried. Thank you. Next is a motion by Councillor El Shantiri, seconded by Councillor DeRush, on the acting deputy mayor for July 20th and August 19th on suspension of the rules. Carried. Councillor El Shantiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And there be it resolved the period of July 20, 2013 to August 19, Councillor Taylor be dedicated the authority of the acting deputy mayor pursuant to Section 242 of Municipal Act 2001 in the event that the mayor and deputy mayors are absent.
I think this is required by the clerk because apparently the deputy mayors and myself are all out of town on those 2 days, so we
and also we have the conference of the Canadian Police Association Conference and AMO. So Councillor Taylor be receiving our extra remuneration. So
on the motion, carried. Councillor Shirelli would like to challenge to be the acting deputy mayor.
I just want to say it's an immense responsibility, and I'd like to congratulate the councillor on assuming it. And great, thanks a lot.
Okay. Councillor McCrae.
Mayor, I wonder if the clerk's office could confirm how many signatures we need to hold a council meeting. I'm just curious.
On the motion, carried. Next is Nelson Mandela International Day, July 18th, moved by Councillor McCrae, seconded by myself. Move that the rules of procedure be waived. Carried. Councillor McCrae, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. If staff could just move up to the therefore be it resolved part of the motion, please. So, Mr. Mayor, some of us may already know that both the United Nations and the FCM have designated July 18th as Nelson Mandela Day, Nelson Mandela International Day. And, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mandela has been a strong proponent of humanitarian efforts, and this coming July 18th is his 95th birthday. And I'm asking that the city recognize July 18th as Nelson Mandela International Day and encourage all of us to do something to commemorate that day in a way that we find appropriate to ourselves.
Very nice. Thank you. On the motion? Carried. Thank you. Next is moved by Councillor McCrae, seconded by Councillor Moffat. Laurentian Place patios. Rules of procedure be waived due to timelines. On suspension of the rules? Carried. Councillor McCrae to introduce the motion, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we could go to the bottom of the motion for now, and this was circulated earlier. Some members of council from last term may recall, and I spoke with Councillor Shelley this morning about this. This particular item for Laurentian Place, when we dealt with the original site plan, we provided in the site plan permanent encroachment rights for patios on the sidewalk area. And the whole idea for this policy was to encourage more of an animated storefront appearance and to encourage more walkability so that there'd be more pedestrian use of the area. So, Mr. Mayor, at the time, the spirit of the intention that was discussed was to have permanent fees waived for temporary encroachments. This motion seeks to cap those fees for 5 years as a means to encourage small businesses to actually put a chair out, put a table out, to allow them to continue with that spirit. And as Clyde Street is about to be built, I spoke with staff who wrote the motion. Mr. Smith was or still is here to speak in favor of it. But Ms. Shepherd is here as well, Mr. Mayor, as this may be the right thing to do for other developments like this in the future.
Okay, Councillor Shirelli, because this board is your ward, I believe.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Your Worship. I concur with everything Councillor McCrae said, but in addition to that, we also talked about having the patios, the tables and chairs all around the secondary buildings. So I'd like also if staff would look at whether we are properly amending our expectations around the patio bylaw so that we're not putting business owners through the same hoops they would have to go through with something that would be outside this property, because we envisioned this whole thing to be a conglomeration of these things.
Mr. Mayor, if I can speak to that through you, is that okay?
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, that is the intention, and we can work with staff in that regard. The whole idea is to animate that area, to make it more friendly for people walking.
Is that satisfactory, Councillor Shirelli?
Yeah, and I know that staff, because I've inquired with staff about this earlier, that they're talking about, well, you know, the houses nearby can actually see the patios, and that's sort of against the spirit of our normal patio bylaw, but it's exactly what we wanted at this site.
Okay. Councillor Clark on the same item, please.
Certainly like to go and sit down there, although not today, it's too hot out. But the only concern I have is how much of an encroachment is this? Is it, road allowances being what they are, there's obviously setbacks for the building, and how much are we actually encroaching? Is it a very large one? Or? Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, with your permission, I can, Mr. Mayor, with your permission, Mr. Mayor, I can.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Do you have the answer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Clark. The encroachment, Councillor, is actually set back quite a distance from the road and the actual sidewalk. When we asked the developer to build their sidewalks, it was with the vision, as Councillor Shirley said, to have chairs and tables in that area.
Okay, is that satisfactory, Councillor Clark? Yes. Okay, thank you. On the motion as presented by Councillors McCrae, seconded by Councillor Moffat. Carried. Adopté. Next item is Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor El Shantiri, with respect to Lac Megantic, suspension of the rules. Carried. Councillor McCrae, please, or Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just an encouragement to people in the community and council members to help support some of the rebuilding that's going to happen in this community that was so devastated with such a large number of lives lost. And it's rather scary to think that train went through the edges of Ottawa on the way there. So it's something that I think that has a direct impact on what we might feel about it here.
Carried. Adopté. Merci beaucoup. I believe we have another two motions that we're waiting for from Councillor Hobbs on, notices of motion. Okay, so do we have any other notices of motion while we're waiting for those to be printed? Any other notices of motion for the next meeting? Yeah, we've got those in just a second. So do we have, Madam Deputy Clerk, the notices of motion? Okay, can you introduce them, because it's not requiring suspension of the rules. Councillor Hobbs, maybe just give us the topic on both of them.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. There are two motions I'm introducing for the next council meeting. They're to do with an arrangement with cash in lieu of parking for a development on Churchill Avenue, and that is funding an art project in Champlain Park to commemorate Samuel de Champlain, and so that's basically what they are both about.
Okay, so we don't vote on those, so that's a notice of motion, and they'll be available on the website. Any other notices of motion for consideration at a subsequent meeting? No. Okay, motion to introduce bylaws. Councillor Holmes, please, and seconded by Councillor Blois.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Blois, that the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, first and second readings be read, and third reading and three readings be read and passed, and the three additional bylaws added pursuant to motions approved by Council, namely, a bylaw to the City of Ottawa to amend bylaw number 2008-250 of the City of Ottawa to change the zoning of lands known municipally as 233 Armstrong Street and 3 Hamilton Avenue. A bylaw of the City of Ottawa to amend bylaw number 2008-250 of the City of Ottawa to change the zoning of lands known municipally as 5901 and 5911 Meadow Glen Drive, and a bylaw of the City of Ottawa to amend bylaw number 2008-250 of the City of Ottawa to change the zoning of lands known municipally as 466 and 470 Guy Street be read and passed.
Carried. Inquiries. We have 3 written inquiries. First one is from Councillor Moffat, please.
Thank you. This is just, there was an inquiry on the subject of wild parsnip a year ago. I felt the response was okay, but I don't think we're doing enough on it. For anyone who doesn't know, wild parsnip is a relatively noxious weed that's very, very dangerous. Its sap causes extreme burning if you come into contact with it, and it's growing rampantly in the rural area and even in the urban area. I know just the other day I noticed it was all around the Jockvale, the Jockvale Bridge construction site. It's all up against where all the workers are working. So just what is the city doing to control the spread of wild parsnip across the city? And secondly, knowing that Section 22 of the Pesticides Act allows the use of herbicides to destroy, prevent, or control the existence of poisonous plants, has the City of Ottawa explored such a direction? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Deans, your inquiry, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could the city consider extending wading pool hours when public health issues a heat advisory? And I understand that is when there are humidex readings of 36 degrees Celsius or more for 2 consecutive days. And Mr. Mayor, if we could start that immediately, that'd be even better.
I think, Mr. Kanalakis, we are doing some initiatives. Do you want to just give us a quick update on some of the things we are doing to deal with the heat advisory?
Mr. Mayor, we have closed down our individual swim lanes and opened up our pools to general public swimming. We put out advisories that all of our recreation centers are available for the public to come in to cool off. We have been working with all our service providers to monitor the health of individuals who are calling in for assistance from emergency services and our Office of Emergency Management. The wading pool issue is a little bit more difficult because not all of our wading pools are lit, so hours are only go till 8 o'clock at night for safety reasons, but we can look at what other pools may be available to extend based on the ones that are actually lit. And we monitor, of course, all our long-term care facilities and all the other service providers that do that to see where people have issues. So far, I can report, though, that we've had limited take-up on our public service advisory. People have been coping well with the heat advisory, and temperatures are expected to go back to more normal starting tomorrow and into the weekend. So we have not experienced, through our surveillance, any significant issues.
Thank you, and you'll reply in writing back to Councillor Deans. Councillor McCrae has a written inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Can staff please consolidate information about solutions being reviewed to address traffic congestion along Hunt Club Road and Riverside Drive currently and with respect to the TMP?
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder to everyone, this is the launch tonight of the Lebanese Fun Fest that is taking place in Councillor McCrae's ward, and it goes for the next several days, and hope to see many of you out at that event along with some of the other great festivals that take place in our city. Confirmation bylaw, please, Councillor Holmes.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Blois, that the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of 17th of July 2013.
Carried. Adopté. And adjournment, please, Councillor Holmes and
Moved by
Blows.
myself, seconded by Councillor Blois, that the proceedings of the City Council meeting of 17th of July 2013 be adjourned.
Adopté, carried. Thank you all very much. Merci beaucoup.